Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys!
Welcome back, boys. You're all beta male losers, according to Mr. Hildebrandt. I know, Tommy Hildebrandt. He's on Twitter. He said, "By boys, you are all beta male losers." It's kind of hard because I do have some females in the audience as well. You animals made me do this. How come Rollo's not doing anything about Amber Heard? Why doesn't he talk about Amber Heard? Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. Don't you know any different? You have no idea how long. Thank you very much for that, my friends. You have no idea how long I have been doing Amber Heard. Or Amber Heard's been doing herself.
After you fucking got physically violent with me, I texted Travis. I said, "Come up here," because I didn't want anything to happen.
I mean, yeah.
It's coming. What? Save me?
No, go ahead. Continue. You. Travis to the rescue.
No, that was the last one. You can go. You go. That was the last insult.
Oh yeah. You called me a liar, and yet.
I watched you lie.
You called me a liar.
I watched you lie. I heard it. I was right there.
There's no what. You still haven't told me what lie it is. But yet every single fucking time. You know you do this every single fucking time. I'm not fucking talking to nobody.
No,
fuck that. You go fucking jerk him off. I don't care. I really could care less. It's you every single time. You latch onto some sort of thing. When I already told you, I don't know what you're fucking talking about. You don't even know what you're talking about. You still haven't even told me what it is. But run with it.
I have told you what it is.
No, you haven't.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
You told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in the fucking thing. And you in the face. And you said, no, fuck it. No, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I watched you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights have been around a long time. I know. Yeah,
no, when you fucking have a closed fist.
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you.
You can't
I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your toes?
I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are.
Oh,
that's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start physical fights?
You're such a baby!
Because
Grow the fuck up,
Because you start physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had to get the fuck out.
You know how many times I've chased you out of the elevator in the hall? I gotta stop doing that. I'm not nitpicking. I don't mean to be focusing on something, but if it's a major thing to me, and it is a major...
If things get physical, we have to separate.
No,
we have to be apart from one another. Whether it's for fucking an hour, or 10 hours, or fucking a day. We must. There can be no physical violence.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it.
She mentions him getting another room in Toronto because she was screaming at him, and even gets it mixed up with the previous night's incident when she was also screaming at him and punched him, again referring to herself as an animal that was being poked, and that's why she does it, attempting to validate her actions.
So I have not done this to you. I have not said these things to you. I have not started the fight by saying I'm going to get another room. And I'm not going to sit here and fight about fucking Toronto anymore. Guess what? I let it go. I'm not fucking talking about Toronto. I
Send me the
yell it,
tapes.
I can whisper it. I can write it. Guess what? I'm not saying another fucking word about Toronto. I'm so sick and tired of fucking fighting about old fights. This is not about a fight. This is broad. This is a broad thing. And if I'm telling you every single time you get dressed and you fucking split the top of a...
Promise you won't get physical again because you get so mad you lose it. Alright?
I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. You didn't even come home last night. I feel like I have nothing to cling on to.
Well, how about that? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for joining me. This is the Rational Male once again. And I am going to have to put this on here because Lord knows everybody will jump all over my case if I don't put the bug on there. There we go. How we doing? How we like that? Why isn't Rollo talking about Amber Heard? Oh my God. Because I've been talking about Amber Heard since 2014. That's why. I've been talking about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. I am so glad, so very, very glad that this is over. I am so glad this is over. Well, I mean, it's not over, but it's over. It's more or less over, at least. I mean, I think it's probably over in the sense that it's and maybe the media is done with it. I hope the media is done with this. I really do. People kept asking me, "Oh, isn't he ever going to talk about Amber Heard?" Dude, I've been talking about Amber Heard since when Pat Campbell was alive. Come on, man. Throw me a bone here. I have like full on shows from back in the day. I think it was 2018. Actually, maybe even before that, maybe 2017. I remember talking about this with Pat on his terrestrial radio show. That's why. So people go, gosh, what's going on with Rollo? How come this is like a current affair? Doesn't he care about? Okay, let me explain to you. Let me show you a few things here. Let's rewind the tape just a little bit. And no, I don't have that sound effect that Myron does. Anybody remember this one? I'm sure you do. No one will believe you because you're a man, Amber Heard. I think I retweeted this back in like 2018, 2017. And the reason why I know that is because it's been in my folder dedicated to Amber Heard and Johnny Depp that I created, I think, in 2016, 2017. And this was the final. So here's the beginning, and here was the end. It was just too perfect not to use that one. Now, why do I say that? Well, let's go. Let's rewind the tape as far back as when they were getting married. This is from October 15th, 2014. This was when Private Man, Andrew, what's his last name? Anyway, Private Man was still alive, by the way. Private Man died from cancer right around 2017. And we had this conversation. Depp is going to get dumped. It will be tawdry because she'll be boinking one of the guys from the movie. We were discussing the marriage at that time between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. This is from 0x. She's too comfortable. He should cancel the engagement as soon as possible and be seen with hotter, younger girls. Okay. And then, as if that's not enough, let's go. Let's keep rewinding the tape. Oh, well, let's fast forward it. Here we are in September 20th, 2016. Angelina Jolie calls in lawyer who represented Johnny Depp and Amber Heard in their divorce. So this has been going on since 2016. So now we've updated it 2 years. If you really want to look at this, I can actually, I have it right here. I have it right here. Holy crap. Where did it go? I can share the screen with you just so you guys get an idea of just how old all of this crap is. So here we go. Can you guys see that? I think you can. Here we go. All right. Angelina Jolie has filed for divorce from Brad Pitt, and amid shock claims he cheated on her with movie star co-star Marion. Who knows? Who cares, right? 41-year-old actress. And then, so this is like from The Sun. This was back in 2016. I'm not going to belabor this too much, but there was in this article is just this comparison between them. And of course, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. And let's keep going. I want to see where, anyways, she ended up hiring the same lawyer who officiated, I guess, over their divorce. So that was then. This is now. So let's see. So we've gone through 2014, 2016. I mean, I can keep going. Would you like me to keep going? You want me to keep going? Because I don't really want to keep going. I have been talking about this so long. It's like, I don't think I've talked about anything else, right? It's like, I don't know. So you'll have to forgive me for not like jumping on it the moment that the verdict came down. I know that Andrew from Legal Mindset did. And by the way, just so you guys, a little quick update, I will be on with Andrew from Legal Mindset tomorrow. It'll be in the evening. I want to say it's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern. So somewhere around there. I'll let you guys know. Just follow my Twitter and you can get it. Of course, we're going to talk about this once again, I'm sure. He was on Fresh and Fit earlier this week. I want to say it was like Wednesday or Thursday when the verdict came down, or day after. And I as far as the legalities of it are concerned, I think what's interesting about the entire situation is that here's a guy who actually, won his case. Well, this is the defamation and libel case. Okay, this is not the divorce. All right, so we're talking about the defamation and libel. So I think really all it was worthwhile for Johnny to clear his name. I can understand that. I get it. Do you guys think that he's actually going to work in Hollywood again? I don't know. I would hope so. And yeah, smash the like button. Make love to the like button. We're a kinder, gentler show here, for all of you sensitive, tender souls. Let's see. So anyways, I have done nothing but talk about Johnny Depp for a very long time. And what do you got here? If two men game the same woman, are they entertaining? We'll get back to it. Well, that's a good question. We'll come back to that. I'll star your name there, Brandon Russell. Will he work again? Will he ever be Captain Jack Sparrow? I kind of hope not, because I think that franchise is more or less over. I mean, pretty much anything Disney touches right now turns into woke. So I kind of hope he doesn't, but at least he's kind of cleared his name in that sense, as if he hadn't had enough, mounds and mounds of evidence. Now, of course, the aftermath of all of this, we're going to see nothing but we're going to see nothing but stuff like this. Here it is. Where did it go? We're going to see nothing but this kind of stuff. Okay. I don't know who this chick is. I've got the article on tap, but I love this. Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial was the female Holocaust. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we can equate this with, how should I put this in YouTube terms? With gassing a certain demographic of people in the 1930s and 40s. That's how serious all of this is. That's the level of intense seriousness we are to take this Me Too back. The backlash to Me Too has been long been underway, and now it is here. Are you guys paying attention? Because this is some serious ass shit. Okay, you're going to have to really pay attention to this, because this is just as close. It's just as comparable a situation. And by the way, I want to, when I saw this, somebody sent this to me. I think I picked it up on Twitter, like right around the time. Now, let me backtrack a little bit. Andrew from Legal Mindset was on with Fresh and Fit. I chimed in there and I said, just watch all the stuff that happens in the aftermath of this. Now, of course, all this stuff was already prepared. He was right about that. Yes, of course it is. They already knew this was coming down. And again, this is the year of the woman. So we can't let a good crisis go to waste. And as a result of that, this is a good, I say marketing. This is the sisterhood uber alles, right? It doesn't matter right, wrong, facts, this, whatever, makes no difference. It is team woman versus team man. And I'm going to get into a little bit more detail about why that is, right? And later on in today's show. But when we are talking about the aftermath of things like this, I think one of the things that really comes to light is the Me Too thing. And you'll notice that Me Too is now it's getting ramped up a little bit more. Like we're starting to hear about it again. Now you have to kind of backtrack a little bit when we talk about Me Too, because you have to remember that the last time Me Too was really sort of like weaponized was right around, right before the Brett Kavanaugh confirmation, Supreme Court Justice of the United States. For those of you who don't live in the United States, it was employed, let's just say, against Brett Kavanaugh. The one thing about Me Too is it is the court of public opinion. It is the court of social media. There is the actual legal side of things, and then there is the impressionable side of things. And yeah, I'll talk about How to Destroy a Man today as well. People have been asking me about that book. By the way, old book. I know Donovan Sharp did a breakdown of How to Destroy a Man. It was published in 2018 under the pseudonym of Angelina something or other, as a quote unquote PhD. Now, quite honestly, I've known about this book for a long time. It is called How to Destroy a Man. I know. And there are rumors that the quote unquote book itself is not written by a woman, is actually written by an MRA or a MGTOW or a black pill guy who is under the pseudonym of a woman. So again, something that this book's been around since 2018. So this is not news to Rollo Tomassi. Okay. The other part of this is that when we look back at what else is not news to Rollo Tomassi is hashtag Me Too. Hashtag Me Too started in 2006, I want to say. It was right around the beginning. Maybe it was 2009. Anyways, it was right around the inception of Twitter. And I believe it might have been also on Facebook. I'm not sure. But it didn't become a thing until after the Trump years, until after Trump took office. And then really what it was an attempt, I believe anyways, to weaponize social media and weaponize the hashtag Me Too. And then also, maybe to a lesser or greater degree, yes, I know Harvey Weinstein, thank you very much. It came up around that time too, understands. Also what was it? Time's Up. Time's Up was sort of the failed attempt. Like Me Too took off. It was almost like VHS or beta, right? There was the VHS that was Time's Up, and then there was, the beta that was Time's Up, and then there was the Me Too, which is the VHS, and that's the one that won out, right? It's does anybody still remember Time's Up? And of course it was used against actors. I think it was used against James Franco at some point. And then I'm trying to think who else Me Too is also used against. But again, a weaponized let's say online social media hashtag, let's just say, has been around actually 2007. Thank you for that. Is that what? Gosh, is it that old, really, Chris? Yeah, I believe you. And again, it was a lot of people want to say, well, yes, thank you. There also done several articles on Aziz Ansari. Thank you very much. Go check out therationalmail.com and look up Aziz Ansari. You'll find it. I talked about it then. Also, there's been, I think it was Rolling Stone magazine, of all places, comes up with an article about how Me Too and how Amber Heard and Johnny Depp it's the doom of it's what's wrong with the world and misogyny and all this other stuff. And I'm like, this is the same magazine that came up with the UVA rape hoax article. Sabrina Erdley, thank you very much. Go look her up as well. And with the Jackie, whatever her name was, I can't remember that. It was a made up name anyways, but to the tune of about $4.5 million in damages. And yet Rolling Stone still has not learned their lesson. And I saw the tweet about that from them. And of course, what happens in the wake of all that is everybody says, yeah, you're the same magazine. Like anything you have to say on this is pretty much illegitimate and just go to hell, Rolling Stone magazine. And I would like to repeat that or reflect that in this show today too. I can remember reading that, and remember this is 2014. And then you've got, what's her name? Suliki, the mattress girl was a big deal. She turns out to be a complete hoax and complete grifter on top of all of everything else. But we'll see these trends in the social media age, and of course they're hashtags. And remember, this is 2014, and so now you're looking at the UVA rape hoax. You're looking at what's her name, Sujaliki, mattress girl. Does anybody remember mattress girl? Probably not. But at the time, it was a big deal. And you have to remember that a lot of the stuff that we're hearing right now in the aftermath of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, with sort of this want for more hype, it's all been layers. It's layer upon layer. That's why I wanted to show you how far back this goes. So if you're looking at like 2014 when I'm talking about this with Private Man, then 2016, then 2017 with Pat Campbell, 2018 with Pat Campbell, 2020, which was where those, by the way, the archives, the video, or excuse me, the audio archives that I played for you in the beginning of this show were what was used. I want to say was in the divorce settlement at that time. Of course, now we've just finished up the libel and defamation suit right there, which, by the way, very expensive to prosecute. Just I know from personal experience, very expensive to prosecute, and only people who have a lot of money can afford to do things like this. And of course, that's Johnny Depp. Basically, he wanted to clear his name and probably wanted to work in the industry again. And Jason Momoa had his back. So yay, bravo, Jason. Thank you very much for having your bros back, I guess. But I think when you listen to her, there's a lot to unpack. And I can't believe that we are in 2022 talking about this. And Pat Campbell has been gone for over 6 months now. And Andrew, Private Man, has been gone for years now. And now I am left. I'm the sole survivor. I'm the only one who can tell this tale, at least accurately anyways, because I've been watching and following this for so damn long. But you see the hashtag #MeToo really started to come into its own during the Harvey Weinstein thing. And then, of course, what they do is, and you can even I suppose you could even add Jeffrey Epstein to that list as well. But if you go and you look at like the celebrities and everybody who was involved in all of this, and it's just this mishmash and it's just this big cluster F, and it's gotten to the point where there's so much to unpack in all of this. So it's not just the fallout. It's not just the very predictable feminist, militant, like agitprop raging feminists right now. And you coming up with this. They knew this was coming. I mean, the articles were already written. So Andrew, yes, you are correct. Now, the only thing I wanted to sort of point out in all of this is the over the top necessity to turn this into literally the Holocaust. Like, I mean, that's what we're supposed to compare this to. And when I saw that, I remembered something. When I was at university, when I was in college, and I was finishing my degree, and I was actually had to finish my degree because I was working full time, and I was going to school part time because I needed to finish up again, remember, I'm double majoring at this point, and I needed to finish up my degree. And but one of the things is when I sort of reapplied, or I got my transcripts and everything, and I got back into it, one of the things that they make you do as part of their, I guess, sexual assault training or whatever, is they kind of go through this motion of like, okay, here's what can be construed as sexual assault, and here's this, and here's this. And I can remember taking certain classes that I had to take as like core requirements that really didn't have too much to do with my majors, at that time. But you had to take these things like Western traditions, which I'm happy that I took. I actually liked taking those classes. But they were humanities classes, and they called them capstone classes. And in those capstone classes, you could take certain classes that would cover a humanities requirement, which was required for all degrees, by the way, not just liberal arts or anything like that. So you had to have humanities, you had to have diversity, and you had to have I forget what the other one. And it was a capstone class, I think that's what they called it. And of course, I had to sort of take what I could get at that time, and there were only 2 classes. Like if you took that one class, and it was worth probably 4 units or something like that. But if you took those single classes that could meet all of those requirements, that was a bonus, because you could kill off all those requirements. Otherwise, you'd have to take 3 classes that would meet those requirements, or you could take one class that met diversity, humanities, and then a capstone. I don't know what the qualifications for the capstone were, but it was like 3 requirements. Otherwise, you would have to take 3 classes to make up for not having taken this one class or whatever. And there were only 2 classes that I could take. And one of them was women in literature. It's like women's studies. And the other one was Holocaust studies. And I thought wow, here we are again. So essentially what was happening, the women's studies things, I think I took women in literature, and I took that class because I wanted to put my money where my mouth was. I was probably one of like 2 heterosexual guys in that entire class. Everything else was women. And but remember, when I was in this class, I was also a moderator at So Suave at that time. And so on not only am I a moderator at So Suave, I'm not necessarily, I'm Rollo Tomasi on So Suave, right? But I don't have a book out. There's no Rational Male at this time. And I'm also doing peer counseling for psychology with men who are anywhere between like 45 and 65 years old, the unsexy side of like doing counseling. And I'm listening to their stories. And so here I am just kind of in my red pill infancy, but I'm like, Rollo Tomasi is still like sort of in the larval stage at this point. And I'm having these discussions in women in literature. And that's where I read, Emily Bronte. That's where I read Jane Eyre or whatever. And that's where I went. I still have that understanding. So when people come at me and they come at, like, especially feminists, I can speak the language. I know the bullshit. I know what's coming. I know what the talking points are. And I've never been more happy for having taken that class, because now I can expect what's coming. In fact, I can preempt what is coming and redirect because I took that class. However, point I'm making here is that there are only 2 classes that I could take at that time, right? Because remember, I'm going to night school at this point. The only ones that made up those core requirements were women's studies or Holocaust studies. So essentially what they're saying is that women's victimhood, women's hardship, women's suffrage, whatever the hell it is equitable to the Holocaust in World War II. That was the comparison, the only comparison that you could make. And I was like, I remember thinking that at the time. I go, damn, they're really actually saying that. And lo and behold, here we are in 2022, and we got this. Right? Oh, it's a female Holocaust. Really? That's the comparison that we're supposed to make. Now, here's some more fallout. This was Amber Heard's response to this. I don't know if this was on her Instagram or whatever. She says, the disappointment I feel today is beyond words. I'm heartbroken that the mountain of evidence was not enough to stand up to the disproportionate power, influence, and sway of my ex-husband. Now this becomes not about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. The narrative shifts and pivots here. This is about the fempowerment. This is about the gynocentrism versus the patriarchy now. That's where we're going to escalate. We're going to expound this into a larger scope here. I'm even more disappointed with what this verdict means for other women. It's a setback. It sets back the clock to a time when a woman who spoke up and spoke out could be publicly shamed and humiliated. It sets back the idea that violence against women is to be taken seriously. I believe Johnny's attorney succeeded in getting the jury to overlook the key issues of freedom of speech and ignore evidence that was so conclusive that we won in the UK. I'm sad I lost this case, but I'm sadder still that I seem to have lost a right I thought I had as an American to speak freely and openly. Well, we just heard exactly what you were saying when you were speaking freely and openly, because she was the one who actually recorded all of that stuff that I just played for you in the very beginning of this show. So I can sit here and I can pick this apart and call bullshit. And that's the easy part of this whole show. That's not what I want to get into. I think you guys can probably figure that out on your own. My greater message, I think, here is to look. When I was telling I think I super chatted in for the show with Fresh and Fit and Andrew, and I said, watch what happens in the aftermath here. Watch what's interesting. Like I said this during when Kevin Samuels passed. I said, watch what happens. Watch the response here. I didn't say it at the time, but I could have said the same thing about when Chris Brown beat up Rihanna. If you go and you look at the tweets and you look at the response to that, and you look at the women who were saying, oh, he can beat me up anytime he wants to. That's what I'm saying. It's important to watch in the aftermath of big cases like this, what the social media, what the gender specific social media responses are to this kind of stuff. Because when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at stuff like in fact, I'll just read it for you right now. This was the Guardian. Now, the Guardian's very super liberal, very super gynocentric, very, very, feminist. So I don't think this is going to be a shock to anyone here. But let me grab this for you. And this is there. Okay. Oh, let's not forget, it was not just a Holocaust. It was also an orgy. Amber Heard, Johnny Depp trial was an orgy of misogyny. This is the same author, and she kind of looks like Ali Sheedy's character from The Breakfast Club, right? You know what? I have no idea who Moira Donegan is. Backlash to Me Too has long been underway. But this feels like a tipping point. No, it's just because it's a flashpoint. It's easy to remember. As I said, look at the stuff that happens in the aftermath of this kind of thing. Let me put myself down here so you can see exactly what I'm doing. All right. So let's I'll just go through this in the next in text message. This is what she starts off with. This is the lead, okay? In text messages to friends, Johnny Depp fantasized about murdering his then wife, the actress Amber Heard. That's the opening. That's the lead. That's the opening sentence. In text messages to friends, Johnny Depp fantasized about murdering his then wife. So where are we supposed to go with this? Moira, where are we supposed to go with this? Okay. I will fuck her blunt corpse afterwards to make sure she's dead, Depp wrote. In other texts, he disparaged his wife's body in luridly misogynist terms. Mushy, pointless, dangly, overused, floppy fish market, he called her. The text became public as part of Depp's defamation suit against Amber Heard at a trial in a Virginia court. Ostensibly, Depp is suing over a 2018 article that Amber Heard published in the Washington Post, title, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath." No, you didn't. In the piece, the actress writes, 2 years ago, I became a figure of representing domestic abuse. The article goes on to mention Depp, but his lawyers say that the piece was about him and was defamatory for those 11 words. Depp sought $50 million. The jury thought he deserved $15 million. On Wednesday, the case verdict became finding that Heard's defamed Depp acting with malice. Now, I believe she ended up getting something like $8 million, or he got her for $8 million instead, somewhere around though. Over the past, I'm moving on a little bit because he's just talking about this stuff. Bizarrely, the same jury found one of Depp's lawyers defamed Heard when he accused her of staging a hoax scene of abuse to which police were called at the couple's home. Now, we already know that it wasn't a hoax because we already have the audio evidence of what their situation was. So. Over the past 6 weeks, as the trial was live streamed online, many of those who have turned to watch have treated Heard with the same contempt that Depp did in his texts. Sure. Because now there's again, this has been going on for God knows how long, and now we're going to sort of like turn this into, we're going to make a bigger deal out of this. Let's see. I can keep going here. This is a fairly long article, but you get the point here. For their part, Depp's fans seem not so much deny Depp's alleged violence against Heard, but approve of it. He could have killed you, says one viral TikTok supporting Depp. The text superimposed over photos of Heard's bruised face. He had every right. The post has more than 222,200 likes. So, of course, they're going to make a big deal out of it. This is, of course, the court of social media and the court of public opinion at this time. Now, yes, exactly. They're spinning the narrative, and I think that it's. I don't want to say this is some sort of coincidence because I don't think that this is necessarily some sort of collusion or anything like that. But they will blow this up quite a bit during this year because this is the year of the woman. I made this. Yeah, 6 million. Is she worth 6 million? Because I saw that she was worth exactly 8, and I think that might have been exactly what they were after. And hello, Torsha, welcome, thank you, welcome back. So when I'm looking at this, and then I have to look at it with my red pill lens on, as I've said before, one of the reasons why we're having conversations about about abortion right now and Roe v. Wade, and people say, well, it's a conspiracy, or I'm always very skeptical when people say it's a conspiracy, or whatever. However, it doesn't have to be a conspiracy to jump all over it and to blow it out of proportion when it serves a purpose, or political, ideological, whatever you want to say. Again, you're going to hear these issues. I would not be surprised, by the way, if we have another Pink Pussy Hat Brigade, a great women's march or something like that before we get to the November elections here in the United States. So every time you see abortion be made legal in different countries, it's not just a cause for celebration in that country. It is a cause for worldwide celebration all over the world. And when we can use that as a sort of a jumping off point to have these one emotional argument against another emotional argument, when it serves a political purpose, when it serves an ideological purpose, that's when it gets blown out of all proportion. So that's really, I think, where we're going with the Amber Heard thing. But it's not just about that. We're also looking at marriage. We're also looking at the orgy of misogyny. Now we're going to talk about we're going to use the misogyny, right? I don't have that drop. Somebody give me that drop. Well, we're going to use that as a backdrop, let's just say, for what is coming next. And I would say we're probably going to ramp up the rhetoric. I think it's going to get a little bit more extreme. Excuse me. By the time we get to say August, something's going to happen between now and then. There'll be a great women's march or something else. But when you're looking at the ease with which women can make claims like Me Too or whatever, when we look at Believe All Women, I think one of the reasons why there's kind of a panic about oh my gosh, we might lose the tool of Me Too. We might lose the hashtag Believe All Women. We might lose that as sort of leverage to reinforce our narrative, to reinforce our victimhood, to reinforce whatever. I think I've already reiterated this before, but I want to say it's a point where I want to say it was in Matt Ridley's Red Queen, when he was talking about feminism at one point. And then one of the points he made was this: is the feminism is really kind of a contradiction in terms. It's that duplicity, right? It's the cognitive dissonance I've described on this show several times. And that cognitive dissonance is this: it simultaneously makes women victims, but it also makes them superheroes. So we have on feminism on one side is going to be say Captain Marvel and Brie Larson, right? That there's she can do anything. She's a Mary Sue, right? She's got superpowers just by her magic hoo-hoo. And so we got this female empowerment narrative, and you've got it. I mean, it's the imagery that I conjure up in my brain is sort of like Beyonce with the big feminist in the back when she's doing the Grammys thing. That's we can do anything. Who runs this world? Women, blah, blah, blah. Or you can look at somebody say Nancy Pelosi, or, when it's time to sort of ramp up the rhetoric, they're superheroes until they're not, until it's more convenient and there's more leverage in becoming a victim. And that's what we're seeing right now in the aftermath, I would say, of what's been going on with Amber Heard. And we don't look at the fact that she took a dump on the bed. And that's where you get the Amber Turd thing. Okay, don't look up Amber Turd. Please don't, but you're going to anyways if you don't already know, right? Takes a dump on the bed. She says, oh, it's the dog took a dump on the bed. Okay, either way, it's bad. And I have to, just from a red pill perspective, I can't let Johnny Depp off the hook here. Johnny Depp is still very much a beta when it comes to women, and people hate it when I say this. A guy like Jeff Bezos, a guy like I would argue Russell Wilson. I would argue certainly Will Smith. I mean, that's probably a no-brainer for you right there. But these are high-profile guys. Like Johnny Depp is Johnny freaking Depp. He could go get laid if he wanted to. He's Captain Jack Sparrow. He's been a heartthrob for God knows how long. And he gets involved with a woman who clearly has some combination of narcissistic personality disorder, cluster B, right? She borderline personality disorder, and histrionic personality disorder. Go look that one up. If some combination of all of those things. Okay. So that seems like a good idea. All right. Now, clearly, you can just hear it in the tapes. You can hear it in the recording of the conversation between the two of them, what that sounds like. Now, recently, I think it was like 2 months ago that we were talking about Will Smith, and it was after the slap. So it would have been after the grant. So it would have been like April, I think. And that one video, that leaked video came out, and I believe it was Jada Pinkett Smith who was sort of like berating and like sort of henpecking Will Smith with her video and talking about like Esther Perel. We're going to have you on Red Table Talk and come and straighten him out, Esther. Like basically nagging him and essentially like turning him into a cuck, which he already is kind of. And when that came out, like when you see stuff like that, you say, okay. For a lot of guys, it resonates with them. They go, I've had that conversation before. The bitch that I used to be married to, or the bitch that I'm currently married to, speaks in that same way. Yeah, Elon Musk, thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. Speaks in that same way. Like there's no, it's the language of disrespect to the point where it's like you don't like, the way that you get to that point is because the guy never pushes back. The guy never demands the respect. He never says, you know what? Screw this. It's demonstrate, not explicate. Remember when we talk about boundaries? And I always tell you, like, don't talk about it. Don't give her an ultimatum. Don't say, oh well, if you go, I'm out. Fuck you, bitch. This is the way it's going to be, right? No, you enforce boundaries. You don't talk about boundaries. But what happens is when you don't enforce those boundaries, when it's like when you're explicating all the time, when you're talking about it all the time, that if you don't enforce those boundaries, if you don't demonstrate those boundaries, at some point they go, well, he's not going to do anything. I can do whatever the hell I want to with him, and I can keep nagging him, and I can keep being passively aggressive with him, and I can keep doing these things to the point where you get Jada Pinkett Smith on the leaked video henpecking Will Smith. To the point where you get the conversation between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp in the, like I did and gave you the audio in the beginning of this. By the way, 2020 is when that came out. And so when you listen to that, that's the language of disrespect, first of all. And then second of all, when you're listening to that, guys go, oh, I've heard that tone of voice. I've heard that before. And it resonates with them. And if those guys are still sort of like locked in their blue pill doldrums, let's just say, they might try to make up excuses for it. They might say, well, Johnny should have done this or Johnny should have done that. It's usually like we make a big deal out of the guy. We don't talk about like the woman who's actually doing it, who is actually bears at the very least bears half of the responsibility for that. Okay. At the very least. But we don't talk about that. We think about the guy. Well, how come Johnny didn't man up? It's the same thing with, I remember when, where is it? Hey, y'all. When Brittany Renner was getting after, PJ Washington, and they got divorced, and she's had the kids, and it's it's a stepdaddy season or what, baby daddy season, whatever the hell she was talking about, right? We blamed PJ Washington for not having seen the signs. Well, how come he just didn't do? How come we're going to talk about? He bears more responsibility than she does. She's just doing what she said she was going to do. She's writing books about getting with and calling athletes stupid. And doing exactly what she said she was going to do. Now we're going to, put the blame, and we're going to put the consequences. We're going to lay that all at PJ Washington's feet. And maybe he does bear some responsibility for that, because he probably should have seen the signs. Somebody should have had his back, whatever, but he didn't. And the pussy was that good. And so he stuck with it. Right. So then what? Well, we don't want to look at Brittany Renner. We want to actually lift her up and say, oh, well, she's actually smart and she could teach guys something. And now she's like teaching guys to watch out for girls like her. I mean, in a roundabout kind of low key way. So who's the sucker in all of this? Is it PJ Washington? Is it Will Smith? Is it Johnny Depp? Should they have not seen the signs? Should they? Is it on there? Do we lay it at the feet? Do we lay Johnny's like defamation case, and probably very expensive defamation case? Do we leave that at his feet? Since 2014, but I mean that's when they were getting married. So like since 2016 for sure. Like then what? Where do you go from there? We're gonna look at that's essentially what's happening with like these opinion pieces from The Guardian or from for Rolling Stone, right? It's a Holocaust. It's an orgy of misogyny. It's the death knell for Me Too. It's not, but we're going to blow it up because there's still this overarching like social atmosphere. I don't know what else to even call it, but there's this zeitgeist, let's just say, that we still live in this patriarchy that hasn't existed really since I would say like the mid 70s. What we were complaining about back in the post-sexual revolution years with the militant feminists, the Gloria Steinem years, right? That patriarchy that we want to say misogyny still exists and this and that, like we're was it I forget which country just made it like a hate crime, like misogyny. Oh, it was Spain, I think, was just talking about that, or just made like ratified some law about misogyny. It's very loose, very ambiguous terms, but we can just simply walk in and go, okay, well, we don't have to worry about. Yes means yes. That's what it is. It's the consent, ambiguous consent. We were talking about this, by the way, in 2014 during the whole UVA case. It was all about consent because those are the years of yes means yes and no means no. And what is that? That's when Dave Chappelle is doing his comedy skits about having some chick that he's about to nail on the bed, right? And he has to go through this like sort of, checklist of, can I touch you here? Can I do this? Are you okay? Can you sign this? And then he has to go take it to a notary, to make sure that it's all legal and everything. That's the funny part of it, but it's not funny because that's literally let's say the spirit of the law. Well, consent, what is consent? And then, of course, after that, you get the Aziz Ansari thing that went off. And then we talk about like enthusiastic consent. And that was about the time I was writing articles like, if you've heard me say this before, it's like Sadie Hawkins' World. It's like where women are the ones who have to be the sexual aggressors. They're the ones who are the arbiters of whether or not they're, they have to go out and game you, right? They are the ones who say, I got to go out and game this guy. I have to go and ask him. And then at the same time, again, that cognitive dissonance, they'll complain about how guys are gutless and how guys won't approach and how guys are just, worthless, low value men who don't know how to interact or have any kind of game, right? We'll say, well, where are all the men? Well, how come men don't want to approach me on? It's like because of shit like this, because of being steeped in this stuff for probably most of their formative years. Like that's why. I mean, that's the basis of it. Let's just say, and I think it's ridiculous because I'm going to show you a video here in just a moment of how tradcons still kind of feed into this idea that there's still this ominous patriarchy that needs to be fought against, that we need to worry about the rights of women, that we need to worry about like, oh, you guys have heard me say this before. It's like, why would anybody think that female rights are in any way endangered? They're not. I pointed this out. I think it was on Fresh and Fit while I was out in Miami back in May. I said, one of the things that I think it was John from Modern Life Dating was confronted this girl on an after hour show. And the woman says, oh, well, women have been historically oppressed for a long time. And without any, okay, give me an example, right? And, knowing John, like a freaking G, the guy's like, okay, well, what rights do you not have? Where was that? Do you even know what the number of the amendment was that gave women the right to vote? Because of course she brings up, female voting and suffrage and all that crap. And then she brings up, oh, well, she couldn't tell you none of the girls in the studio knew it was the 19th Amendment. None of them could tell you it was 1920. None of them could tell you like what the background or the history of the suffragettes were. They just knew it was a bad thing. And that's what I'm talking about. Is like, you don't have to know details. You just have to know that, well, women were all historically oppressed and we still are, and it's still patriarchy. And oh boy, we're just never, we shall overcome. No, it's bullshit. It's been bullshit for a very long time. It's like when people tell me like, Rollo, because we had this kid out and, he shot up this school, like name the incident, really. It doesn't even have to be the most recent one. This kid shot up the school. And if it wasn't for toxic masculinity and this patriarchy, and we need to teach kids to get, young boys to get in touch with their emotions and blah, blah, blah. And they still think that we live in like 1950s or 60s, patriarchy where their coaches or their bullies are like smacking the kids. Hey, get up, man up, stop crying, kid. Like that still exists and has existed for like really since the 80s at least, right? That the overarching social narrative has been to feminize boys. And then in the next article over, in the next breath even, is, well, what, you know, why are boys dropping out? Why are boys not why are they purposeless? What's this lost boys generation? Why won't they approach? Why won't they man up? Well, you've been telling them to man down, but yet you still think that there's this socially constructed, you know, society that is in some way convincing boys to, you know, put on the mask of masculinity and just not, you know, and they're not really authentic or any of that crap, right? I talked about this. I'll get into it a little bit when we talk about mental health today, because I'm going to touch on that a little bit as well, because I was responding to an Instagram post about men's mental health, and of course, this comes in the wake of, you know, school shootings and things like that. And by the way, there were two. You don't hear about the second one, that one that was in Oklahoma. We don't talk about that, but you know, when we talk about usually when something like this happens, and then I've said again, one more thing I've been repeating with Pat Campbell since the early days is that we go through this cycle, right? Whenever there's a school shooting, it goes from gun control to where's the kid's father? How come the kid didn't have a father? If there are more fathers in the household, then this stuff wouldn't happen, right? So it usually starts with gun control. We're still kind of in that phase right now with this one, and then it goes to where's the father? Where's the responsibility? It's dad's fault, and I guarantee you. By the way, Father's Day is coming up. Pay attention. Again, remember I said you in the aftermath, pay attention to what happens to Father's Day this year, in the year of the woman, when we need to ramp up the ideologues and everything else for the November election. Watch what happens. I'll cover that. You want me to cover that? I will cover Father's Day for you. So that's coming up next, and if it's not already out there. And then, of course, what happens is, they're all boys, and if boys were just more, if they weren't bullied, and if they weren't taught to be toxically masculine, then we wouldn't have these shooters, right? That's going to be the next one. And then what happens after that is what happened in the wake of the 2017 Las Vegas shooting, where 77 people are dead, the worst casualty, the highest casualty count or attrition that of the United States, and we still don't have any answers for that. We still don't have, and don't give me this crap about it's the FBI or it's the CIA or it's the Mossad or whatever. The fact is there's still no official statement. Even if you're right, there's still no official statement. But the thing is like we in the wake of that, and I remember what I paid very close attention to this, is in the wake of that shooting, it went from toxic masculinity to masculinity is toxic. To be a man is to be toxic. You can't avoid it. Your nature as a man is to be toxic. And I saw that as a sort of like this pivot in the narrative at that time. And we're still kind of leaning back into that. That's how you get, oh, this was a Holocaust. This was an orgy of misogyny. That's how you get those. Words count. If you know anything about neurolinguistic programming, where we're using certain words to amp up, agitprop, right? To amp up the agitation. When we use those terms, when we actually equate women's suffrage, women's studies with Holocaust studies, that's what I'm talking about. That's the comparison that we're supposed to at least subconsciously make when we have these discussions. So it's the one that was in, I believe it was 2017. It was October. It was in Las Vegas. There was a outdoor country music thing that was going on. The guy had carted up a bunch of guns to the, I want to say it was the MGM, or was it Mandalay? I can't remember which one of those two. And basically started opening fire with, in some cases, automatic weapons. And so there was there's never been any, some people were, doing some research for it, but it's never really, you kind of swept it under the rug, at least from a social sense. And, of course they would say, well, then by the way, but we can't forget, like let's see, we go gun control, we go, where's the father? Then we go, I should have added this in there. Then we go mental health, right? Because mental health is a thing too. We got to talk about that. And then it comes full circle to, well, men aren't in touch with their emotions, and it's because we're still teaching them the patriarchy, blah, 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 blah. And and then what happens is we forget about it. The next one comes up and we go through that cycle again. We've been doing that since at least as long as I've been on Pat Campbell's terrestrial radio show in Tulsa. So, Let me go back into these really quickly and run through them. Kadesh, thank you for that 99 cents, my friend. Brandon Russell says, if two men game the same woman, are they entering her frame? Not necessarily. That's contextual. Are they entering into her frame? Well, do they know about each other? There's a lot of questions that I can add to that. I need to know details. I need variables to sort of analyze that situation. Are they both entering her frame? Well, maybe they are, maybe they aren't. Maybe the guy doesn't know he's in competition with the other guy. Maybe he's directly in competition with that guy. There is, like I said, too many variables. But I'll try to simplify it for you. Is when you have two guys that are competing for the same chick, it's usually, remember, guys, unless there's like it comes to physical blows, they're usually trying to outperform one another in status games. So I kind of would need to know what the details and the variables are in that. And I'm not going to do a Don DeMarco because everybody says I overdo this. So let's do this instead.
Guilty.
Game theory optimal. Love your work, Rollo. Question: what about the duality of female dating strategy? Okay, alpha fucks, beta bucks, I presume. Is it possible to be aroused and attracted to the same man? Yes, absolutely. Ideally, that's the case. Or does the female brain delineate the alpha and beta as mutually exclusive? Again, if you've read anything I've done about hypergamy, micro to macro, you can go all the way down to the two women's sort of, ovulatory cycle. So if you look at, say, something like ovulatory shift, where a woman is more, let's say, I think the term is proceptive, looking to get laid, like looking for different traits, like arousal traits are more important to women right around, I believe I think it's the week of, or like, I think it's maybe it's 8 to 10 days prior to ovulation. And that's when women will wear the red dress, the hoop earrings, the high heels, and send out cues. Sexual ornamentation, I believe, is what Dr. Marty Hazelton called it. There's lots and lots. There's robust research about this, which I've talked about in the past. So there's that aspect of it. And then once a woman is past ovulation and she gets into what's known as the luteal phase of her menstrual cycle, then yes, so she's looking for more like I think it was Marty Hazelton. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I believe it was something to the effect of like women kind of go through a short-term nesting phase during in a post-ovulatory, right after the ovulation, and then they go into like PMS, and then they have their period, right? But in the time, remember, it's a 28-day cycle. In the time past the ovulatory phase, which I believe is called the proliferative phase. So there's proliferative, and then there's luteal. I've talked about this in several different podcasts. But so those two sides sort of represent arousal for the alpha fucks, like proliferative phase. And then there's the beta buck side, which is women are looking for comfort. And that's when she calls you up and you're the emotional tampon, and she says, "Oh, I fucked that bitch. He's messing with me." And she goes into, she kind of, is looking for emotional support. She calls her girlfriends. She calls you if you're one of her girlfriends. And she's looking for, essentially, it's like nesting. And I believe the theory is this. This is the theory. Okay? The theory is this, is that when women are in that post, kind of like if they've had sex prior to ovulation and they don't conceive, and then of course they got to go through the flushing out of the egg and everything else, that during that time it's this understanding of this idea that perhaps that the body is pregnant, or they don't know for sure, and so they go into what's kind of like a small scale like nesting, meaning that they're looking for comfort, they're looking for the faces. You can see this in facial preferences for women who are in the luteal phase. And they're looking for the guy who looks more comforting, maybe looks like their brother, maybe looks like the emotional like the emotional support guy, right? And that's when she's looking for a hug and a shoulder to cry on, and a phone friend, the emotional tampon, right? And so there's that aspect of it as well. So and that's the theory, okay? So, and then of course what happens is, when a woman goes through PMS and she gets angry and pissy and bitchy because she's in sort of her postmenopausal syndrome, or postmenopausal syndrome, that bitchiness in pushing away and like anger and frustration and you know, I mean, there's a physical aspect of it too, don't get me wrong, but the like PMS serves an evolutionary purpose, and that is to push away the beta males and push away everybody so that she can then go back into the ovulatory phase or the proliferative phase once again, and then look for the guy who has the chiseled jawline and has the V taper and have more masculinized features to have sex with and to breed with. And so the cycle goes around. So the theory is that when women go through PMS, they're pushing away all the guys that are, you know, that are suddenly coming around, that are like substandard, like for breeding purposes, they're not the guys that they really want to fuck. The guys that want to fuck are at the club, right? And they want to go to the club. They want to do their girls' night out, and they want to go to Vegas and whatever. Right in that 8 to 10 day period, that is the proliferative phase of ovulation. So that's the idea behind ovulatory shift. So what that does is that predisposes women to an alpha fuck side and a beta buck side. So what's like, there's the arousal side, alpha fucks, and then there's the beta buck side, which is protection, provisioning, and parental investment, and then emotional, you know, support. There's much more to it than just that. Comfort, you know, rapport, all of that is in the luteal phase. So that's really what kind of defines hypergamy, you know, alpha seed, beta need. And so the question being, are they looking for that in the same man? Ideally, yes. Okay. But does the female brain delineate between alpha and beta as mutually exclusive? I think more so now, because women can, let's say, entertain the idea of having choice that they of suitors and men that they've never had in their lives. I'm going to talk about that a little bit here at the end of today's show. I'm going to get into what's known as the churn, and we'll talk about the churn here, but that kind of gets into that. So are they, you probably have read this in my books. I've said this is that women aren't like finding that rare combination of the guy who is understanding and he's sweet and he loves his mom and he likes puppy dogs and he wants to go, you know, he's into children and he wants to be whatever. He's the perfect kind of beta male provider, protection providing, but he's also hot. He's hot, HAWT. He's also the kind of guy that she really wants to still fuck when she is in her ovulation phase. And so there's, to find that holy, you know, union, you know, all in one guy. You want to talk about high value. That's the guy that other women want to get with and other guys want to be. And that's the quote unquote high value guy, is the guy who is made, has all that, he checks all the boxes. And I think what I think in today's society, really since certainly post-sexual revolution, women don't expect to find that in the same guy anymore. That's why you get things like sologamy. I was talking about that today too. Women don't want to get married, but they want to marry themselves, right? They want the idealized state. They don't want to work on a relationship. They want a turnkey relationship. They want to find, like Rich Cooper says, you know, they want to wait at the finish line and bang the winners. But that is next to impossible for most women to do these days. And so therefore you have this generation after generation, well, at least 2 generations of women who are like frustrated with men because they think, oh, well, we must all live in a patriarchy, right? It must be social conditioning that makes guys really screws them up, because if they weren't screwed up, then they would want to be with me because I'm perfect, right? Well, maybe not. Anyways, that's that's your $50 super chat version of that whole thing. By the way, I have thanks for that, JP. I have a full. Is it time should I recover that? Should I go back over that? I mean, maybe it's time to do Red Pill 101 again, like do a remedial lesson kind of thing. It might be, but that's the long and the short of it. I don't think that women are really expecting to find that balance, that perfection in the same guy. And so therefore they tend to look for one or the other. And usually when they're looking for beta bucks, they're looking for the guy who's the good long-term prospect. It's right around 29, 30, 31 years old, and stats bear this out. You know, what is it? More women now, I believe this is UK stats. I might have it. But more women are like babies don't get born until after 30 right now. Women don't get married until right around 29 years old right now. I mean, it's getting pushed further and further back. People want to say, oh, well, it's because we've empowered women and they're going to school and they've got careers. And no, bullshit. they want to hold out because they believe that they have more choice than they actually do. And then it bites them in the ass when they get past the 31-year-old mark, whether you want to call it at the wall or whatever you want to call it. I don't care. Right. Once they get past that, they become yellowed pearls. They become less, let's say they're not undesirable, but they become less desirable than the 23-year-olds, that the guys that they want to get with at that during that time of their lives, assuming they're high value guys, that they can only hold out for the high value guys. They're not interested in a 31-year-old. They're interested in a 21-year-old or 23-year-old, something like that. Let's see, Rayman. So Rollo, it was just exposed that Donovan Sharp's girlfriend is a dingle mom. A dingle mom, really? And that he has been lying about this whole time. Thoughts? I don't. You can go and ask him about that. I don't care whether she's a single mom or she's not a single mom. Go and listen to what he has to say. Okay, if you think he's being a charlatan, then okay, that's on. You can go to help sort that out with him. I don't really care, but I'll tell you what I will tell you. This is that yes, I saw that. I'm fully aware of that video. I'm also aware of is that Anthony Johnson is a bald-faced liar. And I'll tell you right now to your face, Anthony, because I know you watch this shit. You are a liar. You are a liar until you produce receipts. You're going to say that I'm guilty of $50,000 in wire fraud? Fuck you. You're a liar. Show me. You said, oh, I reported him to the FBI in 2020. Liar. Liar. You are lying. And I don't care. You know what? Those are some serious ass accusations. You better have something to back that shit up with. You have nothing. Zero. And by me calling you out, this is not me being like, oh, he's unhinged. No. You were just in passing saying, in fact, that was the title. I don't even know the guy's name that you were doing that show on. I have no idea. I have no care in the world. But the only time this shit comes up is when he knows I'm going to go on a big name show. And when he knows that something else is coming, right? So if you're going to call me, you're going to call me out for wire fraud. I'm going to call you out for cyber stalking my daughter. That's what I'm going to do. Really? Do you want to go there? Because I'll go there. I do have the receipts for that, my friend. You don't want to go there. You want me to ruin you? I will fucking ruin you. You know what I'm talking about, too. I have the receipts for that. I could put it out right now. I could do a full special episode on that. But I'm not going to do that because I don't want to drag my daughter into all this crap. But I could. I have no reason not to now. So if you're going to call me, $50,000 in wire fraud, prove it. Show me. Show me the FBI report. Show me the wire fraud. Show me what the fuck you're talking about. Because until you do, you're a liar. Will always be a fucking liar. All right, Rayman, thank you for that. Let's see. There's a rehab for Glenn Lawrence. There's a rehab for drug addicts, but not for guys convicted of Me Too case. Yeah. That's why it was so important for Johnny to clear his name. I think so too. And then here's the other thing about that, Glenn. Defamation and libel cases, like people have said this to me before, like, why don't you go after Anthony? Why don't you go after John Anthony? Because that guy's been lying for God knows how long, right? These are just proxies. These are just cat's paws for Anthony Johnson. When MGTOW Dictionary and all his crew started their shit, I was like, I know who's doing this. I know who's behind this. It's DDJ and it's Anthony Johnson. And sure as shit, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly, you see, I can prove the connection. Kevin Ray Wilder can prove the connection. Alex from Playing with Fire. Dude, you have been working with Anthony for a very long time. All you got to do is go back and look at your goddamn archives of your video. I can prove it with that. Don't give me this shit about, I don't really talk to him anymore. Bullshit, you don't. That's all you did for for 2021. Been on his show. You've been on freaking Redman Group for crying out loud, dude. Don't give me that. Like, come on, man. At least let's have a little bit of honesty, above the board table, honesty here. So, but people have asked me, like, why didn't you go after Anthony for like libel or defamation? And the thing is that he's got no money. He's next to bankrupt. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because you look at Cardi B, for example. Cardi B just won a defamation suit against somebody who was like giving her all kinds of grief or whatever, so like trying to mess with her online. I don't know if it was like Twitter or Instagram or whatever. But she spent like close to like 2 years and over $1 million to basically win. And she won. She did win the defamation case, but she had to pay for it all because the person she was going after had no money to go after. So most attorneys will tell you this is like they don't want to go. I'm going to ask this, by the way. This will be Andrew, if you're watching, this is going to be my main question for you tomorrow when I'm on your show. Like, what is it that you can actually do about libel, defamation, slander, that kind of stuff? Like, is it even enforceable? Because most attorneys won't touch that unless you are Johnny Depp and you've got a slam dunk case against an Amber Heard. Amber Heard had money to go after. Johnny Depp had money to spend. Cardi B had money to spend. He cleared his name, but I've been told this is like, yeah, you could go after Anthony Johnson and you would win. But at the end of it, you would like they don't want you be just paying for the prosecution. At the end of the whole case, you would just have like your settlements or whatever, your judge or your verdict, and you could put it in a frame and hang it on your wall. But that's about all that's going to, and that's why most attorneys won't take it, especially like low level shit like that. Like, I mean, nobody knows who he is, or me for that matter. So you could go after guys, or you could go after the dude, but it's like there's nothing there. So, there's nothing you can really do about that. So when people tell me, you should go and report them to YouTube. YouTube doesn't give two shits about me, man. They don't give two shits about Fresh and Fit. They don't care. You have to go chase down YouTube if you want to, get your strikes removed, which, by the way, Anthony Johnson was behind all of that, provably behind all of that. So with Fresh and Fit and their 1 week, was it 1 week? 8 days, their suspension. Anthony Johnson through what was it? A hack through his report spamming. And then, by the way, clever. Got to say, the nudity strike was actually pretty clever. By the way, here's how you do a nudity strike. Okay, Glenn Lawrence. See how Glenn Lawrence's Av picture there with his eyeglasses and everything like that. That Av picture. When you're looking at that Av picture in StreamYard over on the corner, if you're just looking at it in a, especially if you're a one-man show like me, you're looking at it in the chat. It's a very small little, it's like teeny tiny little Av. So you don't know. So I don't know. Like here's Magnus's loot crate. I didn't know what that avatar picture is, right? So what happens is here's the catch is you go and you put out like a $25 super chat, but your Av is a dick pic. Bam, nudity strike. Bam, right there. Get him. Everybody jumps on top of it. Like, I don't know if there's Chinese spam that can do stuff like that, but apparently that was the very first nudity strike that they'd ever got. And of course, it was right at the time that myself, Aaron Clary, and Donovan Sharp happened to be in Miami, and we were going to go on Fresh and Fit at that time. Oh, surprise, 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 right? Same thing happens with old videos for like hate speech strikes that I would say probably DDJ is the guy that's behind all that crap. And essentially got Fresh and Fit suspended for, I think it was like 7 days, 6 days, 7 days, something like that, during the month of March. And I mean, that's a loss of revenue. Now you can brush it off or whatever, it's probably no big deal to them. But I will say this is that they managed through spamming and report spamming to get them their first suspension. And that was something that Abba and Preach, and even like, the guys who are backing up Kevin Samuels, or like was it lead attorney? I don't even know who else, with like their haters. The people who are like trying to sort of put them on ice back in, say, August of last year, they couldn't do that. But had they thought about doing, essentially what's ransomware for your channel, you have to run through and get talk to your rep at YouTube and figure things out. And that's how they traced all this stuff back. But they know now. So let's see what else. Thomas, since the beginning, women have never wanted to trade their opportunity to mate with attractive males for security and resources. Yeah. What has changed is that now they don't have to trade. Few women are willing to make that trade. Yes. I'm glad you brought that up. Actually, I'm going to leave that starred, Thomas, because I'm going to come back to that. That's a good segue into the next section here today. I already looked at you. Magnus, thank you. After watching Amber's legal team, I guess she's not the only one who shit the bed. Let me tell you something about that. Okay. So I don't care how messed up you are. I don't care like how beta male you are, how codependent you are. I have been in those situations. I had to deal with a borderline, a BPD girlfriend for like a part of my 20s, let's say. And I dealt with that for about 3 years. And, when you're in the middle of it, you're like, is is this normal? Is this really something, like, should I've heard about abusive relationships before. I can't believe I'm actually in one. I can't believe that I'm with some dysfunctional woman, right? And I think there's a point where, like, even guys, I told you about my point, right? My point was like, I remember I had this knockdown, drag out fight with my my BPD girlfriend. And you've heard me say this story before. I was sitting on the couch and she just like stormed off, and it was in her dorm at the time. It was Cal State Northridge, by the way. And I'm out there, I'm looking at her room, and I'm looking at the door to the exit the dorm. And it was like, sort of like that, how drunks have a moment of clarity. I think the same thing happens to guys who are blue pill, or guys who just like get to a point where like, fuck this, I'm out, right? That was my fuck this, I'm out moment. And I thought, I can go through that door and I could try to make it up, and I could try to like make things right or whatever. I could walk out that door over there, and I can go start a new life and like do something better. And I'm happy to say I walked out the other door at that time, right? That's the moment right there. But like, when you get to that moment, do you get to it after there's a steaming pile of shit on your bed? Is that the moment? Apparently it wasn't for Johnny Depp. I mean, what more? Like, what more did she have to do for you to go, this might be a problem? And of course she says, oh, it was the dog that did it. Well, I have dogs too. And Ned does get on the bed, but he lays down. Dogs know enough not to shit the bed. They know enough not to shit in the bed that they're at. They barely want to eat in that bed, right? My dogs have their own beds. Amber Heard, that did not happen. And if it did happen, why on earth would you leave it there? Why on earth would you want him to find that? Why did you want to make that most significant a statement by leaving a turd in the bed? And you will forever be known as Amber Turd because of that, because it came to light in your libel or whatever, your legal proceedings. You will forever be known as Amber Turd. When you are in your 80s, you'll be explaining to your grandchildren, assuming you have any, you'll be explaining to your grandchildren why they call you Amber Turd. I guarantee you, the internet never forgets. It has a very short attention span, but it never forgets. But Johnny's not the hook here. Johnny, when you see a steaming pile of a Cleveland steamer sitting in your bed, you go, maybe we should work this out. What? That's when you leave the other door, right? But apparently not. And so I was thinking about this, and I go, I wonder what, like, does she have to like kill somebody? Does she have to kill the dog? Does she have to like, your mama's a bitch, right? What does she have to say? What does she have to do? Beyond like, okay, well, that didn't work, so I guess I'm going to have to up the game beyond shitting in the bed. What is there? What's the threshold, Johnny? Sergio Cole, thank you for that, my friend. And then David, thank you for the $10. Hi, Rollo. Can females, you mean women, justify and be oblivious to their tests? Yes, absolutely. You want to talk about passive? Okay, I really have to do the passive aggressive show, don't I? And be oblivious to their tests, covert hypergamous behavior as subconscious ego protection, or do they know what they're doing? Okay, this is I have a post. Oddly enough, there is a Rational Male post for this, my friend. It's called something in intent. I can't remember what I started off with that, but it's like, is it malicious? Is it premeditated, or is it? In some cases, it can be. But I would argue that for the most part, when we talk about like women being duplicitous, or when I go into talking about how like women don't have any problem with justifying or like reconciling cognitive dissonance. And especially if those two conflicting ideas that make up the cognitive dissonance, that they both in some way could lead to optimizing hypergamy, right? Well, I cheated on my boyfriend. Well, it's his fault that I cheated on him, right? Because if he was a better boyfriend, then I wouldn't have to cheat. That's what I'm saying. It's like one of those, like the cheating, maybe that leads to optimized hypergamy, or he shapes up and he's a better guy. Doesn't matter. I'll make the rationalization for my cognitive dissonance. Is that intent? Or is that just sort of like subconscious, like they're just oblivious to it, right? I've written several articles on this on the Rational Male. I'll look that up for you. I'll see if I can throw that. Hit me up in my emails, David, and then I'll link you to that essay that I wrote. However, I'm going to argue that largely, I'm not saying it's not entirely, but I'm saying largely it is an unconscious process because, first of all, we reinforce it and we reward it and we build a society around it. But also because it kind of dovetails into female solipsism, like innate female solipsism, like the world revolves around women. And the reason why I say that is because it has to. But by the way, that solipsism for women, like people, well, how dare you tell me that I'm all self-centered and a bitch? I'm not saying that. I'm saying you're solipsistic. What I mean is that, and that's a feature, not a bug of female nature. They have to be. They have to be solipsistic because they're the vulnerable sex. And they also are the nurturing, they're the incubators of the next generation. So when it comes to that woman, yes, everyone around them plays a role in the movie that is whatever that individual woman's name is, right? And then when the child comes along, it's not just about her, although more so now, like when I talk about kill the party, more so now than ever before. However, it becomes about her and the child. And it has to, because women have to be like have this obsessive compulsive compulsion, I guess, for self-centeredness, solipsistic self-centeredness, because they need to. It has served the race well for women to be solipsistic, because if they weren't, then those are the ones that died off. They weren't as concerned with themselves and the welfare of their, like with maternal instinct, right? The ones that did not have that were less able to sort of support the next generation of women, and that's, I think, is something that we're kind of trying to condition out of women right now, with the fempowerment narrative. Now, Jesus Christ, you guys are really hitting the hard with the live thing here. Let me go to Thomas. I got to go back to Thomas because this sort of segues into the next section here. Since the beginning, women have never wanted to trade their opportunity to mate with attractive males for security and resources. Since the beginning, women have never wanted to trade their opportunity to mate with attractive men for security. Okay, you can make that argument. And I think that that's what's happening right now. I've already said this before. What has changed is that they now have they don't have to trade. Few women are willing to make that trade. Okay. The reason for that is because the beta bucks side of hypergamy has been so well provided for, either by the state or by resource transfers or whatever, however you want to define that. A lot of people will go, divorce. I mean, if you look at the wealthiest women on planet Earth, according to Forbes and maybe Morgan Stanley, I'm not sure. If you go and you look at the wealthiest women on planet Earth, of the top 10, all of them made their money through two means. One was, the top one, of course, is divorce settlements. And then inheritance. So either their husband died or their father died, and they inherited a business and they inherited the money that they have. None of the top 10 richest women in the world are self-made billionaires in this case. Certainly, Mackenzie Bezos, I believe, is like number 5 in that list. And sorry if I missed some there. Let's see. Hold on a second. Let's see. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, I'm looking at. Thank you, Sammy. Sammy's in the chat right now. I might have to come back to some of those. I'm trying to star some of these super chats as I go along, just so I can come back to them. Samishi, I got you. And then let's go back. I'm going to come back to these here. Sorry, I hate to sort of interrupt the show here, but I gotta go and star some of these so I can hit them again. And then Mark, I got to you too. All right. If you gave me a super chat, I promise you I will get to it. But going forward, so yeah, I mean, you're not pointing out anything that hasn't already been pointed out by the red pill for quite some time now, my friend. When we talk about the beta bucks aspect of hypergamy, the provisioning, protection, and parental investment side of hypergamy, that has never been in human history. It has never been as provided for as it is today, and it has never been as immediately provided for, or at least the perception of it is there for women, and has been really since after the sexual revolution. So women can have it all today. They can be astronauts, and they can be mothers, and they can have their own business, and they can do everything. The idea, that's the blue pill for women. I've done this at this show before. The idea is that women can have it all. In fact, they used to say that back in the day. I think it was Gloria Steinem, or the chick who wrote What Our Bodies Ourselves. God damn it, I forget her name every time. But it's the idea that you can have it all. You can still be a working woman, and you can still have kids, and you can, pretty much everything Jordan Peterson like railed against up until his daughter came around. All that stuff about like, careerism and everything. The idea for a very long time has been you can have it all, and that have it all aspect appeals to one side of hypergamy, right? That's the beta buck side, the security side, the long-term security side. And again, I'll bring this up one more time, just to sort of preface things here. The idea of marriage is outdated. The idea of like old order, 20th century traditional conservative marriage is dead. And we live in a post-marriage world. Thank you very much, Aaron Clary. I'm ripping you off right now. I'm attributing, okay? We live in a post-marriage world. Well, why do we live in a post-marriage world? It's not because guys aren't manning up. It's not because guys aren't living up to the responsibilities. It's not they have no incentive to. It's because women have, more or less created the long-term security that they need for themselves, or they have the perception that it's going to be forthcoming, right? They don't have to settle for anything less than the best, than the high-value guy who's 6 foot tall, pack abs, 666, six-figure income, right? That guy's the only one that will do. But they don't need men; they want men. And so what kind of men do they want? They want the guy who is the alpha fucks side. And we just talked about that a minute ago when I was talking about like hypergamy, and I was talking about the menstrual cycle. Now I'm going to show you a few other things here. Let's just to sort of get into what I was going to talk about anyways. I just came across this. This is actually kind of old data, but this is the divorce rate and oral contraceptive use. So when I talk about how society changed from an intersexual dynamics perspective right around the sexual revolution, it coincides with HBC, which is hormonal birth control. So if I say HBC, that's what I mean. And you got to remember that the pill HBC is uniquely female. And certainly, we could say, well, you could always put a condom on. Okay, yeah, you could, right? But there, as last I counted, I believe there is something like 40 some odd ways women can use a contraceptive, an IUD, a Norplant. Hell, the HBC is like, there's different kinds of HBC now too. Men up to this point, until they come out with the male birth control pill, we've really only have two options. One is get a vasectomy, and the other one is wrap the rascal. But if we look at the divorce rate here, and I saw somebody was mentioning Ruslan in the chat here. Here you go. In case Ruslan's watching, here, this is what I'm talking about, my friend. You want the hard data? I come correct every time I do a show, my friend. This is what I'm talking about. When you go and you track back like abortion, or you look at divorce, or you look at the decline in marriage, which is, of course, we're at our lowest right now. When you look at all this stuff, it began at one particular part in history. And it's all right here. This is pretty much tracks with everything else that I talk about. So right around, if anything, I'm early on this one. It's 1964 to 63, somewhere around there is when the introduction of birth control, women using the pill, and then the divorce rate spikes. Well, why is that? Why do you think that is? And also, it's no coincidence that no-fault divorce was ratified, at least in California, and then the rest of the states took over. In California, under Ronald Reagan, by the way, in 1970 is when we had no-fault divorce. Wow, look at that. Coincides with oral contraceptive use and then no-fault divorce. Bam, right there. That's where you see that spike, the spike in divorce. And it's gone up and down, through the years. But it more or less tracks with oral contraceptive. So what is it about what societal change happened as a result of the pill? Where do we essentially put the reproductive process in the hands of one sex? And never, people take this for granted. We don't even think about that. As far as I know, I've never heard anybody talking about this. I'm not saying like, oh, I'm a badass for talking about it. I'm just saying like, I'm curious as to why this isn't a discussion. But like, that's the point at which all this shit began. So what was it that created this societal, in Western societies, what is it that created that shift? It was handing over the reproductive, process to one gender, to one sex and gender, and putting it into the hands of women. And I made the case when I was talking about abortion not too long ago, is that is that that meets the terms, or meets in some way meets the definition for eugenics. Women are the only ones who get to decide who gets born and who does not get born, whether that's through abortion or through divorce or through the pill or whatever else. Never in human history has that happened, but we take it for granted, and we've been taking it for granted for almost 60 years right now. So when we look at that, I don't think the impact, because we're seeing the products and the results and the societal change and the shifts and the degeneracy, all that other stuff as a result of what? Of this point in time right here. That point, that intersection, right? 1960, where the divorce was what it was, and then it spikes. Why? Well, women don't have to be that. You want to know where the post-marriage world began? It was 1965-ish, right about there. That's where all Aaron Clary, there's your number. You book of numbers, that's for your next book of numbers, my friend. So when you look at stuff like that, you go, well, are we in a post-marriage world? And I would argue that we most definitely are. Now, why do I say that? Well, I'm about to read you in the next section today. I want to show you a few things here. I thought this was interesting. Somebody emailed this to me, and I thought it would be pretty good for this show. So I'm going to throw this out there. This is an opinion piece on CNN. Yes, I know it's CNN. Don't sue me, okay? This is the opinion page. And I don't know who actually, maybe I do. I think I've seen that name before. Jill Filipovic. Okay, Jill, if you're watching, this is for you, girlfriend. Opinion: it's time to break the patriarchal wedding paradigm. So we're already presuming, once again, that we live in some sort of patriarchy. That patriarchy didn't actually die right around this time here. Okay, you know where patriarchy died? 1965. That's where patriarchy, the death of patriarchy, was right about that time, or at least the idea of it or the concept of it. Okay. Now that it's true, now that it's June, a predicted record-breaking wedding season is officially in effect. Well, imagine that, considering the last 2 years we've been under COVID lockdowns. That's number one. After 2 years of pandemic disruptions, couples are again tying the knot in front of family and friends, and Jill is pissed off. And many of us are spending our springs, summers, and falls juggling various marriage-related events, from bachelor to bachelorette parties to various bridal showers to weddings themselves. Oh boy, is Allie going to really hate this one. Allie Femsapien, this is for you. But weddings can also be fraught, especially for feminists and anyone else who believes women should have equal rights in society. What do you say when you hear that, gentlemen? Children, what do we say?
Hello there, children. How's it going?
What rights do you not have? What are you fighting for? What equal rights? How is it unequal for you, ladies? You know, men and women should be equal members in a marital partnership, right? Okay, fine. Now we're getting to the nuts and bolts of this whole thing, which is egalitarianism. And yes, those are guitars. Sorry, I go to Guitar Center. So much of wedding culture is steeped in patriarchal traditions and conservative expectations. Perhaps not how a lot of couples want to mark the beginning of their life together. Full stop. Hold on. We're going to stop right there. Okay. What just happened there? Actually, let me push myself back here. What did did you guys catch that? You guys should have caught that. I'm going to tell you what you should have caught. So much of our wedding culture is steeped in patriarchal traditions. Culture. What did I tell you guys about using the use of the word culture? Whenever you tag the word culture onto anything, it becomes endemic. I mentioned this when I did the rape culture episode with Myron. I think we did this back in August, actually. Very well watched, very well received, very well studied research. We had to be bulletproof about that. But one of the things that I started off with is we were going to talk about grape culture. Thank you very much. And the first thing I told anybody, I said, anytime you put culture at the end of a word, like rape culture, that's number one. That's easy, right? Or bro culture, or culture of this. Like if you put culture, you attach that before or after a word, what you're saying is that this is endemic, that this is a problem, that there's some sort of like the masses of people who are in this secret society of marriage culture. In this case, but keep that in mind. I think that's almost just as important to remember as when you hear like, oh, equal rights this, equal rights that, right? Because culture makes it endemic. That you want to talk about, like I said, words matter, words are important. That is most definitely part of this. Okay, let me come back to, there we are. Okay, so here we are again. So much of a wedding culture. Who do you think are the primary demographic for wedding culture is, ladies and gentlemen? I'll wait. Perhaps not how a lot of couples want to mark the beginning of their life together. Okay. And yet, when it comes to weddings, even many equality-minded couples go through patriarchal motions. Okay, that's a mistake. Oh, it is. Weddings are expressions of cultural, religious, and family traditions, but they're also events that represent a couple's values and their hopes for better lives together. Okay, true, but there's more to by the way, one of the reasons why I always use the term conventional gender roles, conventional this, conventional that, you will very rarely hear me talk about traditional this or tradition that, like trad this, trad that, right? Because traditions are different. Like my tradition as a white man in the United States, as who I am at, in my 50s right now, it might be different from you in your culture, whatever ethnicity you are and whatever religion you are. So I don't generally use that. However, I can assure you this is my culture, your culture, and everybody else's culture do not have a monopoly on marriage or on monogamy. So that's why I tend to use the term conventional gender roles, conventional masculinity, conventional femininity, that kind of stuff. Okay. So a wedding is one day. That isn't to say a wedding determines the course of your marriage. A wedding is one day, and a marriage is at least ideally for a lifetime. Okay. I want to point something out here before I continue any further than this, is that when you look at women who marry themselves, there's this thing called sologamy. Somebody gave me some articles on this, and I don't want to dig in too much because I don't know how like endemic it is, right? The culture of sologamy. But I don't think I'm in the minority here when I look at articles about women like marrying themselves. Well, I'll never find a mate, but I want a wedding, right? They don't care about a marriage. They care about the wedding day. They care about the wedding. They care about the cake, the people there, the celebration. And a man is just superfluous in that, according to sologamy, right? You don't see too many guys marrying themselves. You don't see too many guys marrying their dog. You don't see too many guys marrying a chandelier or a bridge or a car or whatever the hell it is, right? You don't see guys doing that. But when a woman marries herself or she marries some inanimate object, we put that on the front page of the Sun, right? Or put that on the Washington Post, right? Woman marries self. Because she can't find a guy because you guys are failing. It's all men's fault. So she can't find the right guy. So therefore she's going to marry herself because you guys didn't step up to the plate and marry that skank, right? They don't, that doesn't, for guys, nobody cares. It might be salacious to say a man marries sex doll. Okay. Okay, man. But for every one of those, like man marries sex doll or man marries waifu, right? Like you marry some pillow with an anime character printed on it, or he's, it's like some AI. It's kind of like, you guys see that movie? Is it called Her? I forget what it's called. And it had, was it not Joaquin Phoenix? Was he in it? I think so. He falls in love with the like a Siri voice or something like that. It's like this virtual love story that happens. I mean, how believable would that be between like a woman and an inanimate, like an AI program? I don't know. But what I do know is that I see more women who want to have that marriage to themselves. Hell, I saw one this woman married a ghost of a pirate. I wish I had that. It's called Her. Yeah. I wish I had the link to that story. So this woman married the ghost of some pirate, and then like 3 months later annuls the marriage or divorces the ghost pirate because she cheated on him with somebody else. Okay, that's bait. That's clickbait. I got it. I understand. but that's the kind of, like, even as clickbait, that's what's entertaining. A woman who marries a chandelier, a woman who marries a bridge, who marries her dog, whatever it is. Because there's this idea that women are entitled to the wedding day. They don't care about the marriage. They don't care about the guy. The guy's not, he's just there. It's a suit. He just has to play a role. Like I said before, women want to marry a lifestyle. They want to have a wedding, most definitely. And yes, you guys can bring up the Michaela Peterson wedding. Please do. I saw all kinds of pictures of that. That happened, I think it was the last weekend of May. And she was in Half Moon Bay. And I looked at these pictures and I'm looking at all this stuff. And just the amount of money that must have been spent on that wedding. And I looked at that and I go, do you think that she actually, I don't know what the wedding situation was between her and Andre, her first wedding. I don't know what that was about. But when I look at this is a girl who wanted a wedding. And Jordan Fuller, I'm still wondering if she's going to be Jordan Fuller, if she's going to be Michaela Peterson's, whatever, who knows. But when I look at this and I go, damn, this is easily $1 million wedding. So if you go and you look at the locations, the Ritz-Carlton and Half Moon Bay and everything else that's going on, that is a girl who wanted a wedding. She didn't care. Like, the man's superfluous. Men are superfluous. Women want a lifestyle and they want a wedding. The guy is just a means to that end at this point. But ladies, don't let that stop you. You can marry yourself, right? Because you're involved in wedding culture. So let's keep going. But a wedding is, for many people who marry, one of the most significant rituals of one's life. Meant to set the tone for a lifelong partnership. Okay, well, then why do we call it husband and wife? Why don't we just call it partner and partner? And so couples should take seriously the question of which traditions they want to keep, which they want to skip, and how the wedding itself can set the tone for the rest of their marriage. Okay. What do you think the tone for Michaela's marriage is going to be after that? It's hard to make the case that marriage itself is a feminist endeavor. Yeah, very, because it's not. Feminism did not have, trust me, marriage preceded feminism as a hate movement, as a supremacism movement a long ago. Marriage either seems to make people more conservative, or more conservative people are more likely to get married. So marriage is a conservative institution now. Now we've made it an ideological institution, all right? Married men and women are more likely to vote for Republicans, while single people, and particularly single women, actually mostly single women, the largest voting bloc in the United States, are more likely to vote for Republicans, while single people, and particularly single women, are more likely to vote Democrat. Okay. What did Rollo? Okay, children, let's.
Hello there,
okay.
children. How's it going?
Let's go back.
Say my name.
We're going back. What did I tell you at the beginning of this? Right around May 1st, 6 months out from the election. Everything is gender politics, and this is it right here. We can't even get married without worrying about whether a woman is going to vote Democrat or vote Republican. So don't get married, ladies, because you're more likely to vote for a Republican than a Democrat if this is the case. That's the money shot in this opinion piece by Filipovic or whatever her name is. Married women do more housework and women who cohabitate with their partner than women who cohabitate with their partners. Okay, so is that an endorsement for not getting married so you won't have to do as much housework, ladies? It is, quote, it is not simply the presence of a man that is associated with women spending more time on housework. Researchers have found it is the presence of a husband. Okay, so it's not the guy in the house. It doesn't matter if it's the man. Once again, the guy is superfluous, but if you're married, if there's a contract, then you're going to do more housework, and you're going to vote Republican, ladies, if you have an actual contract and you're actually in holy matrimony this June. And God forbid you do that, because we can't afford to lose any women as voters, because we can't have you voting Republican because you got married. God damn it. Okay. Historically, marriage has meant the passing of a woman or girl from her father's authority to her husband's. Wrong. Not so long ago, married women in the U.S. could be denied a credit card. Yeah, 1974, and there's a big reason for that, okay? If they didn't have their husband's permission to get one. And marriage gave a husband the legal right to rape his wife. Marital rape wasn't criminalized in all 50 states until the 1990s, and loopholes still exist today. Well, I would 100% disagree with that. Now, let's get back to the credit card thing because I've seen too many women throw this one out there. All right. 1974 is when credit card companies, by the way, there wasn't some law on the books. Credit card companies were only going to allow women who were, if you were unmarried, you could still get a credit card. If you were married and you had your husband's last name and you were in a marriage contract, then credit card companies did not necessarily want to give that credit card to a wife who could then run up as much bills as she wanted to that the man would be responsible for. That is the reason, feminists. That is the reason. Okay? It's not because it's some crushing patriarchal thing. It's completely 100% an economic, logistical reason for that. It's not because it's some old boys thing. It's because that for the most part, and wait for it. Let's go back. What was happening right around 1974? What happened right about that time, right? Look at the spike. Look at the top. Where did it plateau? 1975. I wonder what was. It's like, sorry, TFM. It's a Scooby-Doo mystery, right? Okay, so what happens then? Where do we go from there, right? 1974. Got it. Okay. Not an old boys patriarchal rule. It's simply because men were on the hook for the community debt that woman could have. And guess what? Now they had birth control. Now they had the divorces were spiking at that time. Of course they're going to. Yes, ladies, you can have credit cards all you want. You don't have to be with this son of a bitch anymore because he's Homer Simpson. You don't have to live the father knows best lifestyle anymore. Have a credit card. It's not a patriarchal decision. That's a business decision. You know, it's like that. Well, I was talking about, or I was on a Adam Sosnick show, and we were talking about how Starbucks, by the way, Morgan Stanley, and Tesla, and Microsoft, and what was the other one? I think Facebook, probably the same thing. They're coming out with these public relations announcements that if abortion goes through, or if they put if Roe v. Wade goes back to the states, and you have abortion states and you have non-abortion states, and you happen to work in at Amazon in a non-abortion state, we're going to give you a $4,000 stipend to go flush the kid in the next state over. That will be happy to do so, perform it for you, and you can come back and you can get back to work and you get back on the line as quick as you can, right? That's part of the benefits package. And the idea is that, we're going to give you all this, we're on Team Woman, and we care about the progressive, narrative, and we care about the rights of women, right? Well, if this is what we have to suffer through, don't worry. This company has your back. No, they just want you to be childless. It makes economic sense to keep you childless. It makes better sense for you to go over to the next state over, get the kid flushed, come back over to your state, go back to work for Amazon or Microsoft or Tesla or wherever. Elon Musk, I'm looking at you. They're not on your side, ladies. They're on Tesla side, Team Tesla. They're on Team Microsoft. They're on Team Starbucks, because they know that the number one reason why women leave their jobs is because they have pregnancy leave, man. Starbucks, I don't know what it is. Somebody can find out this for me, but I would be curious to know, what is the pregnancy leave policy for Starbucks, or the pregnancy leave policy for Tesla, Microsoft, where any of these companies are saying that. I would love to know what that is, because mostly it's probably going to be at the minimum 6 weeks, and maybe even 2 months, maybe even longer. And then typically what happens is that woman she doesn't want to have postpartum depression. And I've seen that chick on TikTok who was talking about, it's such a cruel world. If I could only stay home with my baby, and because I have postpartum depression, but what a horrible, cruel world it is. And I have to leave my little baby, my infant child with the childcare and go back to work. And we go, yes, you're right. You're right. We should have some sort of special stipend for women like you so that you don't have to have postpartum depression and all that other stuff. Remember what we said, cognitive dissonance, right? So we have that. But on the other side, we've got Tesla and the rest of these companies saying, don't worry, ladies, we're going to give you $4,000 so you can go get the kid flushed, because they know that narrative competes with their bottom line, and it competes with the logistics of keeping you as an employee.
So if you're a highly trained, like women need to get into coding and STEM and stuff like that. Great. We're going to pay you we're going to give you more money. You're going to go get a career. You're going to have a better education. Here you go, ladies. You've got bills to pay. You have a lot of student loans that we want to forgive, right? You got a lot of student loans, and so you can't afford to not have an abortion right now, because if you had an abortion right now, you would probably be in arrears with your student loans or whatever, your credit cards that you've had since 1974, right? So you've got to go and flush the kid, because it's the only logical, economical, logistical decision that you can make. But don't worry, we got your back, ladies, because we're on Team Woman. We'll let you go. We'll send you over there, and you can go get the kid flushed. And please don't leave our state to go get a job in another state. Just stay where you're at. You worked hard to get where you're at. You've come a long way, baby. I'm going to back you up. Sure. Women, like multinational corporations, want women to be barren. They want women to be infertile. They want the fertility rate to decline. It works better for them. That you're a better employee. If you're not a mom, if you're single, you have no kids, you're a better employee than a mother. Because you're not a liability that mother will end up being. If they really gave a shit about you, they would be like, oh yeah, we're going to have daycare here and we're going to do this. And some corporations do that, obviously, as a benefits package. But then you see like Facebook and the rest of these companies that as part of their benefits package is now egg freezing. Don't worry. Once you're free and clear of those student loans, we'll free some of your eggs so that when you're free and clear of those student loans, then you can find Mr. Right and you can actually have a family. How awesome would that be, girls? We're on Team Woman. No, you're not. You're on Team Tesla or Microsoft or Starbucks or whatever else it is. And women buy that and they gobble it up. Oh, they're on Team Woman. I love them. I'm going to vote. I don't want to vote Republican. Oh, okay. Thank you for this. Sam looked this up. You are on the spot, my friend. He says, okay, so Starbucks is 6 to 12 weeks pregnancy leave. Damn, 12 weeks? So if you have like twins, does that mean like you get 12 weeks? Like you get double? Real Femme Sapien said, smaller weddings usually have better marriages from what I can observe with gal pals. Okay. But this was great. Before beefing up its family leave policies last month, Facebook already had a relatively impressive parental leave policy. The tech giant offers 4 months. Damn. 4 months of paid leave for birth and adoptive parents. The policy applies to both moms and dads and is equally available to any parent regardless of sexual orientation. Now, my question is this. Oh, okay. And then Amazon offers 20 weeks of fully paid leave for birthing parents, including 4 weeks before the baby is born. Damn. We offer 6 weeks of fully paid leave to supporting parents and adoptive parents. So on paper, that looks pretty good, right? That looks really good, actually. I mean, hell, I'm Amazon. Bravo, right? Our leave share program allows employees to give 6 weeks of paid parental leave to a spouse or partner whose jobs don't provide paid leave. Well, if they don't, do you think that guy's going to quit his job? Amazon's going to give me money anyways. That's not going to happen. However, before we go, they must be on Team Woman, right? They support the pregnancy. They support, family leave and all this other great stuff. How much do you think that costs? What is more expensive? 20 weeks of fully paid leave, or $4,000 for you to cross over state lines and get the kid flushed? What is more economic for them? I mean, they by law, I mean, it seems like they have to do this stuff, and they want to be on top of things. Okay, got it. But let's look at the price tag that's attached to all of that. And that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about like, they think you're on Team Woman because they're going to, pay for your abortion. They will pay for your abortion, or they will pay for your 20 weeks of leave. Well, the problem with that is that they know damn well that after 20, the longer the leave, the more likely it is that woman is going to leave her position, is going to say, you know what, I think I just want to be a full-time mom. Peterson, I forget the video it was in, but like Peterson was talking about exactly that. Like women will go through education, they'll go through career, they'll make partner in the law firm, whatever it is, they'll do all this stuff, and they will get to the point where they finally have the kid, but they've got all of this debt and they've got all this stuff that they have to cover as a result of having gotten to that point. And then they discover that they want to be moms and they can't get the high value guy that they wanted to get with. And then, so they say, you know what, either I have the kid and I quit my job, or I have the kid and I continue my job. because I can't rely on this other son of a bitch because he's never going to help me with all these bills. So they either leave or they don't have a kid in the first place. One of the best Tesla benefits for employees is its parental leave. The company offers 12 weeks maternity leave. Got it. And 7 weeks for paternity leave for new parents. Okay. Again, what does that cost the company? Retraining somebody to come in and cover for 12 weeks or 7 weeks in the case of a guy. What is that going to be? So the money that would go out for that benefit package, would it equal the $4,000 or whatever the stipend is that they're offering to cross state lines and get an abortion? What is more financially prudent in the case of a company? I would argue that it is, here, go flush the kid. We don't want you to have kids. We don't want to have to pay this pregnancy leave and do all this stuff, even though we have to, or required by law to do so. But we would much rather you not cost us that kind of money. And then, of course, maybe at the end of that, decide that you want to leave your position. That's the bottom line in all of that. Let me get back to this because I really want to finish this up. This is going to really blow your mind here. Okay, so historically, marriage has meant the passing of a woman or a girl. Now, the reason why girl there is in parentheses is because she wants you to make the association that it is like child brides. Okay, a woman or a girl from her father's authority to her husband's authority. First of all, men do not have authority today, Miss Filipovic, Jill. What's that word your name is? Jill. Men do not have that authority right now. And they haven't had that authority for quite some time. All right. In the mythological patriarchal era, you might have been correct. However, marriage is not meant the passing of the woman. In fact, the idea of a man or let's say a suitor asking for her father's permission to marry her or asking for her my lady's hand in marriage, that wasn't so you could I get this a lot. Like guys will say, well, that's because marriage was meant to form political alliances. And yeah, for the nobility of Western Europe, perhaps, or maybe feudal Japan. Yeah, probably. Though most definitely, marrying between the Spanish, princess and the English king or something, that kind of stuff. Sure. But more people than just the nobility and royalty got married, okay, and have been doing so long before all that crap happened, okay? So really what that tradition represents is the blending of families. It's, do you want your family to be associated and therefore permanently added to that other clan, that other family, that other tribe? That's the function of that tradition. Now, you know why I don't call it tradition. The conventionality, let's just say, of that practice, of that ritual, of the asking for permission, right? The asking for permission part of that is the reason for that is it's a courtesy, because of what you're saying as a young man. If you're going to say, I really want to marry you, but I want to do it the right way, I'm going to ask your dad to give me your hand in marriage. That's very romantic. It's very Shakespearean now, but it had a function. It had a purpose to it, because there's downstream effects of two people coming together and having kids. What you're saying is, I want my kids to be your grandkids. I want my tribe and my family to be associated with your tribe and your family. That's really what it comes down to. And again, I've said this before, as I see the function and I understand the utility of prearranged marriages. I understand why that was a thing. I think it's completely untenable now, but I do understand why it was a reality for a long time. And I also understand why women lose their minds over it, because it removes control over hypergamy. It removes control over sexual selection for women. That's why. And we've, like I said, since 1965, all we have done is entertain that idea. And that's why this is so offensive for women. Okay. And that's why she tries to conflate this, right? As I said before, not so long ago, married women in the United States could be denied a credit card. Yeah, of course they could, because the man was the one who was primarily the one who was the breadwinner, and he was going to be on the hook if the wife ran up a crazy credit card a bill. This is not a win, Jill. This is not you're like, oh well, hey, can you believe they couldn't have credit cards? They shouldn't have. A lot of women shouldn't have credit cards right now. They should be denied to have them. Okay. Again, it's not because of a patriarchy. It's not because of some marital culture of marriage. is because that's what at that time, that's what the credit card companies were saying. We don't want to give credit to women who aren't going to be able to pay it back. They actually cared about that back then. I should also add that the gold standard was flipped right around this time too. So let's just be like, when did we go off the gold standard? Was it 1974? It might have been. That might have been the catalyst for this. It's not some feminist win button, Jill. It's most likely an economic decision. Let's be honest. Somebody knows that. Some smart son of a bitch in the chat knows that. When did we go off the gold standard? What was the year? It's the federal treasury's fault. Yeah, probably. It probably is. It's got to be in the 70s. I know it was in like the early to mid 70s is when we went off the gold standard and we started to make the dollar. It's 71? Yeah. Imagine that. 1971? It could have been. It could have been. And that might have been the downstream effect of that, right? So, once again, look at what's happening in 1971 with respect to the divorce rate and oral contraceptive use. Yeah. Okay. So get those ladies in now that we don't have to worry about paying anything back and we're all on fiat currency. Sure, ladies, it doesn't matter if you're married or not. Now, I want to also point out this, Jill, is that to get a, for instance, when I wanted to move my 401k and my money market stuff over from, I'm not going to mention names, but my old investment portfolios to a new investment portfolio. Like I wanted to move over to like Fidelity or something like that, right? When I wanted to do that, they said, does your wife know that you're doing this? Do you have mommy's permission? August 15th, 1971 in Nixon. That's when we went off the gold standard. Imagine that. And only like 3 short years later, women can get a credit card. Well, so once again, economics, logistics. It's not team woman. It's not patriarchy. It's all economics at this point. Now, again, if you want to get if you're by the way, if you're a husband and you are married to your spouse or whatever, I don't know that if there's any kind of like economic stipulations to this, but I do know this is that if you want to move a large amount of money from your retirement from one fund to another fund, or if you want to move large amounts of money around, and I don't know that this is a legal thing, but maybe it's a courtesy thing, but most of them won't allow you to do so if the woman is not also on board. Your wife is not also on board. So, implying that men would move their retirement around because they're anticipating a divorce, which I think is ludicrous considering that 70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women. So, but in order to move, you've got to have mommy's permission. If you want to get a vasectomy in most states, the doctor will ask you, is your wife on board with this? Have you consulted with her? It's not because it's a legal thing so much or malpractice. It's because most doctors want to cover their ass. They don't want to they want to say, well, I'm going to have a vasectomy. And if wifey gets pregnant after you got the vasectomy, she wants to know that you've already got a vasectomy. So if she's trying to cuckold you in some way, shape or form, that it's that trust issue. It's the same reason why you can't get a DNA test unless you really request it or you have some sort of suspicion, right? Which most guys don't want to get involved with. All right. So marital rape wasn't criminalized in all 50 states until the mid 90s. Yeah. In certain, whatever marital rape whatever meets that definition. Yeah. Now today, the other thing I wanted to point out about here is marriage gave husbands the legal right to rape his wife. The legal right to rape his wife. The right. Where is that? I gotta dig this out. I'll go look at this later on. The fact is there is no legal right to rape your wife. There never has been, at least in the United States, there never has been. Okay. Maybe in other countries, maybe in, I don't know, it depends on the third world nation or whatever it is. Perhaps that might have been true, but you might be able to construe that as such. But remember that when men had authority, they also had responsibility, or at least ideally they were supposed to have responsibility. So to say that it wasn't criminalized until 1950, well, okay. Right now, if you, as I was saying before, when we talk about yes means yes, and we talk about consent issues and things like that, when we talk about that, as I was saying back in 2014, this came sort of on the heels of the UVA rape case and the Aziz Ansari thing. And, when Me Too started becoming a big deal and they started talking about consent. What's consent? Is it this? Is it yes means yes? Is it no means no? Is it enthusiastic consent? And I made a big deal about this with Pat Campbell at that time. And I said, well, if we're going to talk about enthusiastic consent or like, this gray area sex that women have, but they wanted to have, they didn't want to have, you got to remember that there is no, in most states, there is no statute of limitations when it comes to sexual harassment or it comes to quote unquote, rape accusations. There's no statute of limitations. Except for the fact that they wanted to use the Metoo case on Brett Kavanaugh. And they had to bring it up quickly because whatever state that they were in, they had to bring it up as fast as they possibly could. Now, there are some states where like harassment has statutes of limitations, but when it comes to sexual assault, when it comes to rape, there's no there. So if the woman says, you know what, I wanted to have sex then, but on second thought, I don't think I really did. So therefore he's guilty. Let's try him for rape. Now, I meant that this is extreme. I understand that. But when we talk about like marital rape, if you change the nature of consent and you say, well, the only rape consists of this, and this is in Spain, by the way, and you could probably make a case for the United States as well. But any sex that a woman doesn't want to have or doesn't have consent for, that meets the definition of rape. Doesn't matter the conditions of the context or whatever. It's just like, believe all women. If she felt like it then and she doesn't feel like it now, habeas corpus doesn't make any difference. Just go with it. And the problem with that is that if we're going to regard consent as enthusiastic consent, meaning that she's got to be like ripping your clothes off and like pinning you down and saying, fuck me now, that kind of stuff. If that's the case, and we're going to talk about how women have a duty to have sex with their husbands. You can find this in Christian cultures. You can probably find this in Muslim cultures as well. If there is what's called duty sex, and I brought that up once on Pat Campbell's show, and women lost their minds. I was like, I didn't come up with the fucking word, ladies. You did. Your churches came up with the word duty sex. I just work here, man. And so when I brought that up and I said, well, if it's not enthusiastic, then it's not consensual and therefore it's rape. Well, if that's the case, all you would have to do, ladies, in your divorce proceedings is have your attorney say, well, did you ever have sex with him when you didn't want to? Yeah, plenty of times. Oh, well, therefore he's guilty of rape. That's marital rape because you had sex that you did not want to have with your husband at that time, but you did it anyways. Even if it wasn't coerced, even if you're like, okay, it's just easier to blow him right now. It's easier to have sex with him than not. If that's the case, it meets the illegal criteria for rape. Okay. Early American marital law was governed by the principle of coverture. This is the part where I wanted to get to because I talked about this in my fourth book, Religion, which was summed up by English jurist William Blackstone thusly: by marriage, the husband and wife are one person in law. That is, the very being or legal existence of the woman is suspended during the marriage, suspended during the marriage, or at least is incorporated and consolidated into that of the husband. There's a reason for that. I go into great detail about coverture laws in the marriage section of my fourth book. Feminists have spent several centuries trying to change the many laws that rendered women legal non-persons by virtue of marriage. Right. Well, and which they have done successfully now. Now men are legally non-persons by virtue of marriage. They have essentially switched the coverture laws to work against men rather than against women. Now, they weren't there specifically to work against women. They were there as legal protections, not unlike what happened with the 1974 credit card thing, right? We have not yet fully succeeded. Across much of the world, wives still don't have the same rights as their husbands when it comes to everything from divorce to property rights to children, child custody to inheritance, to the ability to choose and get married in the first place. Okay, again, existential fear of women. Now she's going to sort of make these cases for things going on across the world. All right. Well, divorce to property. We already know that women can own property with or without marriage. That's already there. Okay. Divorce, 70 to 80%, depending on whose numbers you have, are initiated by women. All right. So you don't get around those things, Jill. Now, the other part, I want to come back to coverture here really quickly because coverture is this. What she's saying here is that by marriage, the husband and wife are one person in law. In law. That is, the very beginning, the very being or legal existence of the woman is suspended during the marriage, or at least is incorporated and consolidated into that of the husband. There's a very important reason for that. Okay. because during the time of the coverture laws, I looked this up, during the time of the coverture laws, that was established because of the same reason why in 1974 wives could get a credit card, right? They were legally allowed. It's not because of patriarchy. It's not because of wanting to keep the little ladies down. It was a legal, practical, logistical decision. That's why you are one person in law. Because back when the coverture laws were first came into, the ink dried, let's just say, it was because when that woman became married to that guy, it's not because she was necessarily property. You could make that case, but that's not why the coverture laws exist. It's because anything that she did that could be legally binding to her was binding to him. He was the head of the household. He was the director. He was the one who had authority, but he also had responsibility for her and for the children. Same thing for, like, if the kids become criminals, it's the husband who is responsible for the criminality of the children. We still have that today. We have vestiges of it today. When a father, when a son or whatever becomes a criminal or whatever, goes and shoots up a school or is involved in any kind of criminal act, the first thing out of our mouths is, "Where's the father?" Well, he's been superfluous for a very long time, but until the kid commits suicide, until the kid is involved in some sort of violent crime, is in some way, becomes depressed or whatever, we say, "Where's the father? Where's the positive masculinity? He's been taught this," or, he needs to get in touch with his emotions. Yeah. Okay. The reason why is because we have this presumption that the father is responsible for that child, is responsible for the son. And they are. But we think that in the next breath, we say that they're superfluous. I'm going to get into a video here in just a second to sort of back this point up here. That's why I was doing this. But we want to say, okay, well, dad's not around. But the reason why we do that is because we still presume that a man has authority. We're in some mythological patriarchy, and that he just left the house. And it doesn't matter because he's superfluous anyways, because women don't need a man. They want a man. They don't need a father. They want a guy to be the father figure. We don't care about, Father's Day. We care about Special Persons Day, or the stepdad that stepped up, right? It doesn't matter. You just fill that role. It doesn't matter who the wedding is with. It could be with the dog, the bridge, the chandelier. It could be any of that. The man is superfluous until such time as they need somebody to sort of take over and be responsible for the downstream effects of the authority that women use to instill, to have those consequences in the first place. That's really what coverture was about. Back in I think they came into like the late 1700s or early 1800s when the coverture laws were out. Now, here's the part Jill wants to sweep under the carpet here. When women say, "Oh, we couldn't own property. We couldn't vote." Well, you couldn't vote, true. But we looked at voting in a much different way back then than we do right now. Okay. However, because voting, you had to have skin in the game, right? If you're going to go die for your country, then you get to say something about the direction that country is going. If your wife or whoever is your daughter or whatever is not doing that, well, then maybe you don't get a say in whether or not we go to war or not, or whether or not we're going to, engage with this country and do these trade arrangements or whatever. Is that patriarchal? Yeah, because patriarchy was a much more balanced system than gynocentrism or feminism or any of this bullshit, egalitarianism that we want to just sort of prop up right now. But back then, if that man became married, or that woman got married at that time, all of her property that she could own and all the money that she could inherit, all of that became the exclusive right of her husband. She had less rights in marriage for sure, because her property and everything else came under the purview of her husband. So if she inherited a business from her dad, and she was the director of it, then her husband got to be the director of it too, because the man would be on the hook for the responsibility of the success or the failure of that business, or the success or the failure or the sale or whatever else of that property. Okay. So women could own property, and they did have their own money. They just didn't have it when they were married back then. So when we talk about coverture laws, we got to cover everything here, because they don't work in favor. Like, that's not the win you think it is, Jill. So when we talk about coverture laws, it's to protect the man, because the man in patriarchy had responsibility. He had responsibility for his kids, and he had responsibility for the actions of his wife. They could spank their wife and corporal discipline their wives. Yeah, they could, because back then they viewed women as just maybe just a step above children at that time, because they were responsible for them at that time. They had to be responsible for that. So if they made a bad decision, or if they got a credit card and they ran up this credit card, guess who's on the hook for that? Not the woman, the guy. At least up until 1974, right? That's why those things exist. Now, here's the thing. A woman had more rights and privileges and could own property and could keep her money if she remained a spinster, if she stayed unmarried. Now, back then, women wanted to get married, and that was tradition also, but also there was a desire to get married, and there's better long-term security in marriage than there wasn't, right? There's no birth control, at least not in the mass way that we think of it as, there's no hormonal birth control back then. Okay. So the, conditions were different. And yes, women were okay with that because they realized that men are taking this risk, and men, although that is patriarchal, maybe it's a boys' club, they still ideally, patriarchy consists of responsibility and authority. The authority is there to enact that responsibility. But we don't talk about that. We want to talk about equal partnerships, and that doesn't work for human beings because the machine's not built that way. We'll come back to that in just a second. I had to clarify coverture there, because to say that it was like some horrible draconian patriarchal, we're going to keep women in chains like the Hebrews of old in Egypt and let my people go. That's bullshit. Absolutely 100% bullshit. And we're still having this conversation, having this debate in 2022. It's no longer 1850. It's no longer 1974. It's now 2022, and we're still having this conversation because that narrative keeps things going for women. That's why. We need more rights and privileges. We're unequal. We still have to fight for equal rights. You have all the right. What rights don't you have? Well, we got to make sure that we have reproductive rights. Well, first of all, it's not a right, and then second of all, how do we even come to the fact that it would be a right? It would be a right in the first place. Let me go back through these things. Everybody is coming at me with lots and lots of questions here. Actually, let me finish the rest. I'm going to finish out this whole thing because it won't take but a minute. So anyways, okay. Feminists have spent several centuries trying to change the many laws that rendered women legal non-persons. Well, they weren't. They was just men had the authority and they had responsibility. In spite of all this, many feminists, this author included, still have gotten married. Okay. So in spite of all this, despite all this coverture, despite all this stuff, Jill's married. But how we do it matters. There's no perfect feminist way to walk oneself into a pretty unfeminist institution. There are a series of choices to make along the way. For example, is marriage something to discuss in depth and come to a mutual agreement before you get engaged? If you get engaged. Or is it among heterosexual couples? He asks, she says yes situation. Does the female half of the heterosexual couple wear an engagement ring? Well, yeah, we're coming back to that. He made while the male half doesn't. Okay, women get really pissed off at that. That's the Prince Andrew. I think is it Prince Andrew. I forget who it is. That's the prince's paradox there. Does he ask for her father's permission? And is getting a grown woman's father permission to make one of the most important decisions of your adult life really how you want to start an ostensibly egalitarian, ostensibly grown-up marriage? Okay, Jill, let me explain something to you. Marriage is not egalitarian. Get over it. Whatever you're calling it, whatever your partnership is, whatever your, he's my partner, she's my partner. That's not a marriage. You can call it whatever you want to. Call it, I don't care, legal partnership or a legal arrangement or our equalitarian contractual covenant. I don't know, whatever it is. That's not marriage, okay? Heterosexual marriage is not egalitarian, and it never will be egalitarian. Simple as that. That's why you're so frustrated. That's why this is so confusing. How do I force fit all of this marriage stuff and monogamy and the innate human nature into this box in this perfect world that is egalitarianism, even though you got married yourself? I would love to see what their day-to-day life is all about, right? Or whatever, whoever Mr. Filipovic or whatever it is, right? And the reason I'm bringing this up is because I keep seeing like, oh, should he wear a ring? Should she wear a ring? You know what I find is interesting is like when we talk about like how women don't want to take men's last names. By the way, that's a narcissistic trait. There's research on that. Like women who don't want to take their man's name in marriage, that's a red flag for an indicator for narcissism. But be that as it may, the fact that we're even having this conversation right now, a man's last name is a signifier. It's a designator for his DNA. That's why. You know why we have a patrilinear surname, usually in the West anyways. I know it's in some cultures it's not, but the reason why we do that in the West is because it is a signifier for that man's DNA. You want to be part of this family. You want to be a Kennedy. You want to be a whatever it is. You want to be a Rothschild. Whatever it is. There's something that comes along with that. Got it? So, anyways, the point being is that it's women want to see it as a point of ownership, but yet they don't want to call it ownership. Now, there's some question, there's some sort of moral outrage about the fact that if a woman takes a man's name, then it's a sense of ownership, like he owns her because she's taken his name. Right? It's a patriarchal vestige of an old order society or something like that. Okay, understood. But women don't have a problem when it comes to wearing a wedding ring. You don't see any campaigns against women saying, you know what, this ring right here is a sign of the patriarchy. It's a sign of ownership. And everybody knows I'm married because I got this ring on my finger. And I know it's worth $20,000 and a big fat ass diamond on it. But women will rail against surnames long before they'll rail against the ownership that this represents, right? Nobody cares. Like women, why? Because it represents $20,000 or however much the diamond was or how much ever you put into that, right? That's why. So we're okay with that being an old order 20th century tradition, but we don't want to take your last name. Fuck you. That's not marriage. That's something else. I don't know what it is, but it is not marriage. People say, well, Rollo, you're against marriage. I thought you were against. I am against marriage. I'm against this. This is exactly what I'm against. Got it? Am I making sense now? It's because we fucked everything up. I'm not against marriage. I'm just against the way we do it now. And this is the way we do it now. Got it? Wow. I didn't even realize I was going to be able to pull that one off. Okay. So before you marry, do you have an honest and serious conversation about the division of household labor? Who the fuck did that? Did anybody do that? You go, hey, okay. So, honey, sit down. We're going to talk about how much sex I'm going to. This is negotiating desire, by the way. Honey, we're going to talk about how much sex I'm going to get. And we're going to talk about division of labor. And we're going to talk about whether or not I'm going to take your last name. I'm going to get the ring, of course. But let's talk about something else here. What else is there? Let's talk about, should I ask your dad for your hand in marriage? No, that would be implying permission and it would be implying ownership. And it's just some old-fashioned, Shakespearean romantic notion. No, it's not. It's blending families is what it's for. About children and who plans on doing how much work? Who plans on, like, who the hell, you know what? What do you like write in stipulations into the contract? Like saying, okay, well, you know what? My labor's gone up. So now we're going to have to renegotiate this contract because, back when before we were getting married, we're going to have to go and talk about how the labor is. Well, we got kids now. Oh, the labor requisite has gone up. So we're going to have to talk about this now too. Sorry, my bad. Y'all still with me? Yosh, so. Okay, good. Let me pull this back up here one more time. I've got to grab these things. Sorry, I had a glitch here for a second. You guys there? Yeah, you guys are there. Sorry, I went off for a second. Let me grab that again. That's what I get when I switch off, when I switch tabs here. There we go. All right. Stupid me. All right, here we go. Back at it again. Sorry. All right, let's keep going through this. I'll rush through this really quickly. Anyways, you guys kind of get the idea here. That doesn't just say every single detail of your wedding has to be broadcast, your politics, everything else. But apparently it does have to be politics because if it's not politics, then we're also going to be talking about whether or not you vote Republican or you vote Democrat, because as she was saying prior, single women vote Democrat, married women vote Republican. So maybe that is right. Who presides over the ceremony and where do you hold it? Okay. So essentially my question is this, and then I got to the end of this. Actually, I was trying to get to the end of it when I clicked out. There we go. All right. Let me push myself back in. All right. So here's the deal. Why get married, ladies? Why? Like I get this from guys all the time. Like guys will tell me like, so here's my take on all this. Like I get this from MGTOWs. I get this from black pill doomers. I get this from guys who are just like, hey, why would you ever bother getting married? All right. I mean, especially when you look at the divorce rate and you look at the decline in marriage. Rollo, you've been married for almost 26 years. It'll be 26 years in July. Okay. How can you be so anti-marriage? Torsha wants my last name. You can have my last name. You could be, here's the thing, Torsha, you're going to have to tattoo it. No, not Tate. It has to be Tomasi. Put it somewhere. I don't care where it is. Again, I don't care how small it is. Hey, you want my last name? You can have my last name. So anyways, I wanted to throw a couple. I got one more video here for you guys to look at that I lost because I switched out. Where did it go? I got the I'm going to throw this on here real quick because this sort of gets into. Well, I'll come back to it. Well, ladies, why get married? Why bother with any of this? Why would you care to get in? Why not just marry a chandelier? Why not be sologamy, right? What's the appeal? Even Jill Filipovic, whatever her name is, she felt like she wanted to do that. Merch. She wanted to still be married. She still wanted that tradition. She still wanted that old order. She still wanted that. She still wanted that. She still wanted the romance, right? Yeah, build wealth. Is that it? Is that the answer to build wealth? To is it a financial thing? As I said before, women marry a lifestyle. They don't marry the guy. But if that's the case, if you can, like ladies, if you can provide yourself with a better lifestyle than any guy that you could possibly meet, even though you're still trying, your damnedest to get, the 666, right? 6 foot tall, 6 foot abs, whatever. You're still trying that, but especially if you're convinced by, your company, Amazon, Microsoft, Starbucks, whatever it is, you're convinced that you can have it all. You're convinced that you deserve the best of the best. Why get married? Why in God's name would you want to put your name on a contract? Why would you do that? We're already looking at the lowest marriage rates in recorded history, 5.1 per 1,000, by the way. And we're looking at women more. I think is it 50% of women, at least in the UK, are having our children being born are to women after 30. We're looking at the time in human history where it's never been easier for women to go and say, you know what, I'm going to freeze my eggs, or I'm going to go to a fertility clinic. I'm going to go do these things because I can. Like, I deserve a kid. Okay, well, I'm a mother. The idea that a woman can be both male and female, I don't need a man. I want a man. Okay, well, what man do you want? Do you want a guy who's an equal partner? Do you want the guy to just sort of saddle up to you and go, okay, I'm on board with you? Do you want a guy that you can look up to? Or do you want a guy who's just sort of like, he's you? He's like, you're equal. He is the equal of you. Personally, ideologically, politically, religiously, economically, he is exactly like you. He makes the same amount of money. He has the same, he thinks the same way. He does everything. Like, you want to talk about, you will never, ladies, if you're feminist ladies, if you are of the mind that Jill is here, and you want to have the equal partnership, and egalitarianism is the ideal for any marriage. If that's the case, then you should be okay with marrying yourself, right? Is that why sologamy is a thing? Is that why marrying yourself is a thing? Because essentially that's what you're doing, or your ideal, at least expressly, maybe not in practice, but your ideal is marrying yourself. Is you're so in love with yourself, so narcissistic and so in love with yourself that you will marry yourself. And that's where all of this kind of comes down to. Now, should I go back through before? Yeah, I will. Let's see. Oh, by the way, if you don't know, Still on within the top 10. It's not number one yet, but not now, but it was the number one bestseller in dating. This is the Player's Handbook. Thank you for watching. There's my shameless plug on my own damn show. Please go to Kindle, or excuse me, go to Amazon. You can get the Kindle and the paperback. And yes, the Audible book is in production right now. Trey assures me it's going to be done towards the end of June. So the Audible book is on its way. There's your answer. Don't ask me again, please. Thank you very much. And this is the cover. I love the cover. This was a good idea. Thank you, Dave. And I saw Dave Laro, and Dave Laro is the artist who did this, and I saw him in the chat, and I was like very happy to see him in the chat there. All right. So I want to talk about some other things here before we get going. Before we do, let's go back. Hold on. Let me go to the comments here, and I will run back through there we go. Okay. The Lord Panic. Hi, Rollo. Slightly off topic. Great. Please, could you or will you do a show on giving tools for men who live without fathers in the home or fathers not doing a good job to become better leaders and alphas? Okay. I can't do it right now. Well, that is a show unto itself, sir. But I will put that in the great big book of everything, and I promise you that I will do that. I think a lot of people, I don't give prescriptions, I don't give you ideas, but I can point you in the right direction. I can give you analysis. So yes, I will put that in the great big book of everything, and we will do that as a topic. Richard Cohn, was great meeting you at the CME. Hey, there is no threshold for bad female behavior when you're all in blue pill beta, because they will take their explanations and justifications at 100% base value. Yes. I think that's interesting, Richard, because and I know I was joking about the, Amber Turd thing. It's like, but what is the, what for most guys who get into, for lack of a better term, a codependent relationship, it doesn't have to be a marriage. It could just be a girlfriend, and you're locked into this borderline personality, or she's the one who sort of sets the frame for you. At what is it? Cuckoldry? Is it her fucking some other guy? Because I know a lot of guys, women will, you can read this on forums, you can read this on Twitter, on social media. Women will say a real man doesn't care if his girlfriend goes and bangs some other guy. He accepts her for who she is, right? They're you want to talk about cognitive dissonance, that's it. But the idea that a man is secure in his masculinity because he pulls the Jack Murphy, right? Oh, go fuck my wife, it's fine, I'm secure in my masculinity, right? That makes you a cuck, dude. But the fact that even that is not enough for you to go, fuck it, I'm out. Let's just say you're someone like Jack Murphy, right? And your wife is out, or your girlfriend's out fucking other guys, right? And you're like, it's okay. She has an OnlyFans. I'm okay with that. Okay. That's not enough for you to go, you know what? I'm out. But what if she had OnlyFans and she was nagging you and she shit on the bed? Is that enough? What's the threshold? What's the defining moment for you is what I was asking in that. And I think if you are in, by the way, if you are in sort of this, I won't say abusive, but you're in this codependent relationship, she's your soulmate, you have one itis for her, and I can't leave her, Rollo, I'll never find someone as good as her. If you can't, that's you. What does she have to do for you to go, you know what? It's better. I will take that risk. I might not find anybody as good as her, but I can't live like this. Where do you draw that line? That's what I would like to know. Some guys have to be pushed to that point. Brandon Russell, just a general question that came up reading your book. Which one? Books. Thanks for the effort you put in to your content. You've helped many divorced friends of mine. Oh, good. Thank you. That's nice to know. Nice of you to say, too. Marwan, the feminist DV charities, domestic violence charities, are flipping the verdict to how all women will no longer be believed. This is a clear show of their true intent. Of course they are. And they want to put that out there because, again, this is the year of the woman. One of the reasons, again, why you have Jill Filipovic here she leads off with married women vote Republican. So ladies, don't get married or you'll turn into Republican, and therefore you won't vote for women's issues, which is complete nonsense because it's the sisterhood uberalis. Republican women are every bit as feminist as liberal women, maybe not so openly, but if you look at it and you see what they're doing, if you look at the sort of point of pride that even Republican women, conservative women have, They'll say, well, I'm not a feminist. I'm a conservative woman. I'm traditional. I like to do it. It's like, yeah, but you're running for office and you are in a male sphere. You're in male space. Well, we've come a long way, baby. Essentially they will regurgitate or paraphrase, 1970s feminist, like militant feminism, but they'll couch it in, conservatism. I saw that one chick, the black girl who was in the red dress. I can't remember her name. She was running for governor. I want to say it was in Atlanta. Oh no, it's Baltimore. She was running in Baltimore, and she was supposed to run as a Republican, and I'm blocking on her name right now. But she had this one commercial when she didn't get elected, but she had this one commercial where she was supposed to be the Republican representative, and I want to say it was for Baltimore, Maryland. Maybe she was running for mayor. I'm not really sure. But she was going to clean up the town, and the way of her cleaning up the town was getting all these women in red dresses to all walk down the street, and that was pretty much the commercial. And I remember Dave Rubin made a big deal out of it, but it doesn't matter what your political ideology is. It's the sisterhood. The sisterhood is all that matters. So, off topic question: does promiscuity go against women's nature? No. I would think they would try and lock down an alpha for a relationship. They would try, but they don't. Now, let me explain to you, Alex, why it is not their nature. Okay. Here's the bio. You want the bio here? I'll end the conversation with just this. The biological reality is that women's ovum, the egg, can select between different sperm at the site of fertilization, which is in the uterus, of course. So what happens is that that ovum, the egg, can select between a sperm that it wants and a sperm that it doesn't by sending out proteins that will slow one down and it will speed up the swimming rate of the other one. So in a sense, that ovum knows which, through proteins. I'm not really sure what the science is behind it, but the fact of the matter is that a female human's ovum can select between differing men's sperm. That would not be an evolutionary adaptation if two men's sperm wasn't already often enough, wasn't already at the site of fertility. That's right. That right there will tell you that. Does promiscuity go against women's nature? No, it doesn't. Because if it wasn't their nature, that wouldn't be in a biological adaptation. So again, right or wrong, I'm not saying it's a feature or a bug. Probably a feature at this. I would consider it a feature of women's machine, like the female nature, right? So how does that play out in ethics? How does that play out in personality? How does that play out in behavior? Like there's lots of other things, but I can more or less just boil it down to the microbiology of it and say that adaptation wouldn't exist if two men's sperm or three or four, whatever, men's sperm wasn't in the uterus at the same time. Now you can say, well, maybe it's because they were, EPARD, right? I've said rape so many times. Wasn't there. That could be it. That could be it too. So is it promiscuity? I don't know. It could be. Cuckoldry is in cuckoldry. You want to know why women's ovulatory cycle is concealed, right? Why is that? Because the idea is that I'm going to mate with the best biological guy, the best biological specimen that I can, and then I want to get the best benefits. And if he happens to be the same guy, awesome, I got a twofer. But if he's not, I've got to figure out some way to keep this concealed to make this guy believe that the kid is actually his, even though it's not. It's the pool boys. Right? So, there you go. I know people are going to, you know what? That'll be the clip that I'm going to ruin this for you. Right? That'll be the clip that Tom throws out there. And people will go, well, actually, they'll try to find he's not a microbiologist. No, I'm not, but I got a brain, man. Like if I'm wrong, please tell me I'm wrong. But it seems to me that the reason why an egg would be able to separate between two different men's sperm is because two different men's sperm would be there in the first place. Is my logic off? Don't forget your trademark, good sir. Oh my bad. I know. Every time I put a there it is. Where's that? There you go. Thank you for reminding me, Samishi. Every time I put a new overlay, I forget what I have up. Let's see. Taril Javier, Professor X. Is Johnny Depp alpha or beta? Beta. Situation seems beta, but he seems to spend his life as an alpha. Brad Pitt, Johnny Depp, beta or blue-pilled alphas. I could make the argument that Johnny Depp is very much beta, certainly blue pill. But again, he's Johnny Depp, right? You're not like people are gonna tell me I'm full of shit. I got it. Go bring it in. But like when I talk about like Elon Musk being beta, he's very much beta. He's definitely on the spectrum. Let's just be honest, but very much a beta in that how he deals with women affects his lifestyle, affects his decision making, affects his finances, affects his companies, affects the articles he's writing with Neil Strauss in Rolling Stone magazine in 2018. It affects that. I think maybe that's the connection that people don't really make. When I say Johnny Depp is a beta, they think, oh, Rollo's calling him a beta. He's insulting my hero, Johnny Depp, or my hero, Elon Musk. No, I'm not. I'm just making an objective, observation here. If you think I'm wrong, that's fine. What is your definition of beta? What's your definition of blue pill, right? To me, that meets the criteria for what I pretty much think is beta. It's not that there's plenty of very rich guys who are beta. There are plenty of very, very wealthy, very well-to-do, very affluent men who still have a really cucked way of thinking about women. Yeah, I got to check it with the boss. Why? You make $4 billion a year. Doesn't matter. I got to go check it with the boss. Make sure I can go do it. Like, that's what I'm talking about. You guys, he hires and fires. He's the man. He takes care of the business here, right? He comes home and he goes, oh, is it okay if we go and plan a trip to this place? Okay. Can I go watch hockey in the extra room and drink some beer? Yes, go right ahead, dear. Is that guy beta or is that guy alpha? If you're depending on him for a paycheck, you probably think of him as alpha. But again, it's or Brad Pitt. Like, I tell you, the thing is funny is I remember when MGTOW guys were like, oh, Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie, they're getting divorced. Yeah, Angelina Jolie is fucking nuts. She's more nuts than fucking Amber Heard. And that's saying something, right? And MGTOWs and black pill guys, well, if it can't work for Brad Pitt, how can it work for me? Because he married Angelina Jolie, maybe? Can we start at least at that point? He was an idiot. Because it doesn't matter that you look like Brad Pitt. If your mentality when it comes to like women and what you think is your responsibility and how you think you should, process your life according to your marriage or your personal life, right? If it's incongruent with you it doesn't matter how alpha you are. It doesn't matter how many women want to bang you. If you are the one that's limiting yourself from, living your Brad Pitt and you don't live like Dan Bilzerian or something like that, I know he buys his chicks. Thank you very much. I'll stop you in your tracks. But you know what I'm saying? He could. He's Brad Pitt. He could go fuck whoever he wants. Hell, Jeff Bezos could have a new chick every day of the week if he wanted to. He's the richest. I think he's still the richest. No, Elon is the richest guy in the world. He could do that. Elon Musk could live like Dan Bilzerian if he wanted to, but he doesn't. Because he's blue pill? Certainly Jeff Bezos, he's still with Lauren Sanchez, for crying out loud. Like, why the hell would you do that? And people are dumbfounded. I go, he's a beta. How dare you? He's my hero. He's the second richest man in the world. Beta. Brad Pitt, beta. Or blue pill for sure. Hey, Rollo, just saw Sam Bada did a short interview on a channel. Oh, yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, by the way, no, I didn't put out a hit on Kevin Samuels. Thank you very much. Gave a shout out on your book. Let's just say the interview was very comical. Yes, it was comical. It was so comical that I got death threats for that. I haven't got death threats in a long time. Thank you very much. And Sam knows I love him to death, but I'm getting death threats in my emails, for crying out loud. I'm like, where the hell is this? What? And then Sam explained what was going on. And I'm like, I guess there's this. It's definitely this Bush League. Not even that. It's like no league. Podcast talking about how there's first of all, $50,000 in wire fraud. Oh, Rollo's been reported to the FBI for $50,000 in wire fraud. No, I haven't, and I don't know what the fuck you're talking about because that has never happened, and I don't know where the hell he's pulling that out of his ass. And then a day after or the day before, then I've got Party Whatever podcast saying, we think that maybe Rollo Tomasi was jealous of Kevin Samuels and put out a hit. Like I got that kind of like. First of all, why would I even think of that? And second of all, it's like I got that kind of pull. Oh yes, I hired Hortensia to go out there and perform the hit. What? And so you get death threats. Like, oh, I'm gonna find you and I'll kill you, man. Like at least be creative. If you're gonna give me death threats, like I rate death threats on how creative you are when you throw the death threat at me. Thank you. It's not the first time, by the way. Rollo, you saved my life. Well, apparently I'm going to die pretty soon anyways. Found you through Michaela Peterson's channel as a blue pill simp and right before inheriting unexpected family money. Oh, good for you. I've had a girlfriend who was all of a sudden demanding marriage, and of course she is. She wants to consolidate on that. Women marry a lifestyle. Boo. Without your wisdom, she'd have taken it all. Okay. Well, I'm glad to have prevented that. Drape Toman, hey, welcome back. Thanks for this. No, dude, I still owe you some. God damn it. Every time I see your name, I'm like, fuck, I gotta get that guy his signed books. I will. I swear to God, I'll do it. In the Empire of Cotton and, thanks for your knowledge. In the Empire of Cotton, okay, they were hers. Cotton plantations and slave ownership, respectively. Women had plenty of power. Yes, they did. Yeah. And let's see. Just don't get married, guys. Yeah. Thank you, Derek. Derek, by the way, let me point this out. Derek was my good friend, Derek Thomas, was on Torsha. What on earth what are you asking me? Derek Thomas was on Adam Sosnick's show last Thursday, which I helped arrange, and I helped do the big. If you watch the Thursday shows, by the way, on Adam Sosnick's show, I help out quite a bit with those these days. So, and I got some other good news coming in the pipes very, very soon, just so you guys know. Okay, Torsha, here's that attention you ordered. Should people that don't have kids, the childless, lecture others on the proper way to raise them? I think if you have kids, it's valid, but if you don't, it's a slippery slope. Curious on your thoughts. Okay. Do you want to have kids? I need a son. Basically what that is, Tori, what that is it's a skin in the game. And so the problem I have with that is like guys will say, well, if you don't have kids, then how can you talk about having, well, I can make the same observation here, by the way. When Coco and Pearl and Real Femme Sapien, Allie were on the Adam Sosnick show about 2 weeks ago, and they were debating about like kids and family and all this other stuff. And I'm watching this, and I'm kind of watching the replay, and I'm going through this, and they're talking about like families and marriage and submitting to your husband and all this really good, traditional kind of stuff. And then got to the part about like, kids and everything. I'm looking at this and I go, all three of these women do not have children. Now, not to say that Allie doesn't want to have kids. She does. But they're not parents. They don't have any skin in the game. So to say, oh, the best way to raise kids is XYZ, right? I've raised a child for a daughter from infancy to 24 years old. So I think I can speak pretty knowledgeably about that. That's one thing that I can talk about for sure. But you're not going to get good parenting advice from Roosh. You're not going to get good parenting advice from the Tates. You're not going to get good parenting advice from, at least in the sense of like understanding it like firsthand. I'm not saying that the advice can't be good. I'm just saying that there's a different quality to it, if that makes any sense. So if someone says, well, if I'm listening to like when we were on the show with like Brody or whatever hell her name was, the Israeli girl, if she starts talking about kids and family and this, and she's 23 years old, I kind of go, okay, I got to take this with a grain of salt. She's not a wife, and she's not a mother or anything like that. So she doesn't have a firsthand knowledge. Now, can you still have, a good idea based on, objective understanding and empirical evidence and stats and research? Yeah, you can, but it's a different thing to live it. I think the quality is a little bit different. But then if I say that, then it's like, well, Rollo, you're not in the game right now, so how can you talk about dating? Blah, 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 blah. Well, I have been in it, and I understand what it's about, and I can tell you what the fundamentals are. That's why I don't give you prescriptions. I do analysis. I don't do prescriptions. And that's really the crux of the red pill, is it's a praxeology. It is not an ideology. It is not a philosophy. It is not a game. Is a practice for sure. But red pill it's like an objective empirical under its a praxeology. This is the best way I can put it. That's why people say, oh, you use that definition wrong. No, I don't actually. If you go and you look at the Wikipedia / dictionary definition of what praxeology is, it's not just the economical, philosophy of praxeology. There's actually an ancient Greek way of thinking about praxeology. So that's the way I choose to use it. And that's why it's the best thing that I think anyways should be describing the red pill. Now, are there things that I can't talk about? Yes, you will never hear me discussing like, oh, here's what a man should do when he's getting divorced. I mean, I could give you the analysis, but I'll defer you to like Rich Cooper, who has been through the divorce machine. And he's probably a better authority at speaking to that than I ever will be, because I have not been divorced. So I don't know what to expect. I don't know anything. I do know. I watched Divorce Incorporated. That's a great documentary. And I know the legalities and I know the stats and I know the research and it's like book knowledge. Yeah, I can tell you that, but I don't have any firsthand knowledge. It's kind of like when you are if you want to get off heroin, right? If you're a drug addict, you can go to a qualified, clinician, I guess, you can go to a psychologist or somebody who's an addiction counselor or whatever. But if that counselor has never been addicted to heroin or whatever, fentanyl, whatever you're addicted to, there's a different, I'm not saying they can't get you off of it. It's just that it's a different quality of sort of advice. It's like it's a lived experience as opposed to a guy who's actually been through that, got off heroin, and is now an addiction counselor. So it's kind of, I hate to compare that to parenting, but it's the same principle anyways. You can still learn from people who don't have any like skin in the game, but it's a different quality than the people who do have skin in the game. So that's what I'm saying. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. What else is here? Simeon Panides. Did I say that right? Is there a way to predict cases like these for women who aren't as obvious as Amber Turd? There are definitely red flags. They're definitely, and I know that like Rich Cooper has made like a living practically on like green flags and red flags. I think there are, when it comes to living with somebody who has narcissistic personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, the reason why guys don't want to see those red flags is because they see that woman as sort of like their one-itis or their soulmate or whatever, because they don't have options. If you like, here to answer your question is this: are there ways to predict cases like these? Yes, there are. You know how you get to the point of predicting? You spin plates. You have more options. You have more confidence because you have those options. Now, the problem that I have, like when I say that Johnny Depp is a blue pill alpha, or he's a guy who doesn't understand that he's actually fucking Johnny Depp. He has those options. He should have that confidence, but he doesn't. So there's something up here. There's some sort of mentality in Johnny or whoever else, not just, I'm picking on Johnny because he's the obvious case here, but like for guys who stay in abusive, like codependent relationships with a beep. I know, I have skin in the game. I have been there, my friend. You're there. You're not thinking about those things because you think, well, I don't have options. I'm just Rollo Tomasi. I don't have any, there's not any girls who want to bang me. I used to be the alpha guy in Hollywood, and now I'm with this dumb bitch, and like she's the best thing I have going, and she's telling me that I'm the source of all her problems, and if I just changed, then we would have a perfect relationship. And the more you change, the more she hates you, the more it exacerbates the problem. But you still believe that because she's your only option, and she's the hottest girl I ever had. I don't want to lose her. Well, eventually you're going to lose her because you turn into what she expects of you, and what she expects of you is you're just this milquetoast beta simp. And then she fucks some other guy, and that's why I keep saying, okay, so you fuck some other guy, is that the threshold for you to like wake the fuck up and like have some like self-respect and to like get that confidence back and say, you know what, I won't tolerate that anymore? Most guys won't. They'll come back. They won't go out through the door like I told you about, like that story I told you about. They won't do that. They'll literally stay there and go, and they try, let's stay, make things better. If you're my one, let's go to church, let's go to counseling, let's go to this, let's go talk to my mom, blah, 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 blah. That's what most guys will do because they're 80%ers, man. They're the blue pill beta chumps because they don't have any options, and as a result, they don't have any confidence. So if you had options, you would have confidence. If you had confidence, you'd walk the fuck out that door. And you can hear that in Johnny Depp's voice when he's talking about that. Or when they're having their fight, when she, like, you listen to that, like guys who listen to that, this is the reason I put that up there, was because that vocal intonation, that argument, that shit talking back and forth between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, like guys have heard that before. There's guys in this chat right now, or the guys who are going to watch this have heard that. It might not have been Amber Heard. It's probably, in fact, it was probably their fat, ugly wives who threw that at them. They're in their sexless marriage, and they still have that same tone, that same passive aggressiveness, that same kind of codependency, and they don't know what to do. And they're not Johnny Depp. They don't have opportunities. They don't have confidence. They don't have any way to walk out that door, right? So there you go. I have this one last thing. I got to put this out here. Okay. So we're at the 3-hour mark, but I have to put this one on here. This was too good not to share. And this was, I don't know who this guy is. Okay. So that's my first thing. I think, this came from, I got the guy I follow on Twitter. It's Got Pickup. Okay. Gary the PUA, I don't know who the hell he is. I don't know who the guy is in this video. If somebody knows, please tell me and like fill me in, but I have to put this on. So
men need to grow up, firstly, and men need to stop being cowards. Secondly, you see a woman walking down the street minding her business. You approach her. You say everything that you know she would like to hear. You get her defenses down. Once her defenses are lowered, you then go in there, take what you want, and then you leave. After doing so, you leave and repeat the cycle elsewhere. You do it again, you do it again, you do it again, you do it again. You've scarred a whole bunch of women. The men who follow you now have to do the work to help heal these women. And half the time, these women end up destroying these men because they don't know how to believe that they're worthy of love because of what you've done to them. The children that they bear have to live with the scars that you have inflicted on these women. There's a domino effect here. The other thing a lot of guys don't realize in practicing this behavior is that there's a karmic consequence to this. You don't get away with it. You never get away with it. So you'll find many guys who are out here playing these games at some point decide, I'm ready to settle down. I'm ready to do the right thing.
And what do they want?
And
what do they want? They
want
want a
love,
woman with no blemishes,
with no
past issues, with no baggage, with no troubles, with no issues from their past relationship.
And even if you get that woman, because of who you are, and because you have, triggered a set of consequences, she might end up hurting you, even worse than you hurt the other people, because who you are is teaching her how to treat you.
Okay. So the reason I'm throwing this one out here is because I think this is, in a roundabout way, it's very much connected to what's going on with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Okay. There is this presumption. Now, if I had to say, thank you for that, my friend, Sloan. I'll throw that up here in just a second. Thank you for that super chat. I will get to you in just a moment. The reason I put this up here and the reason I got this is this came to me and somebody was talking about like how this is like I think this is a common rationale. I've written about this. I think it was back in, what year was it? It was, I'm looking at, I have a post, and this is, by the way, this is not in any book. It's on therationalmale.com. I wrote this and posted it in December 21st, 2018. And the title of the post is called Little Big Head. I know maybe that sounds a little weird, but it means like, you will constantly hear beta male guys tell you, I think with the big head and not the little head. Like he's making a decision to do what he does. Like he puts up with the Amber Heard because he's thinking with the little head, right? Instead of the big head. And this is more or less the virtue signaling version of this. I'm gonna backtrack through this here in just a second and explain it to you like sort of bit by bit and point by point. But I wanted to let you guys see the entire video first before I delve into it. I don't know who this guy is and I don't know what show this is. It was a TikTok video. If somebody knows who it is, please let me know. I'm not really sure. However, I think it is a real, like still to this day, we're dealing with a mentality that is still virtue signaling, but it's virtue signaling. It's like game as virtue signaling. And when I look at this and I see this kind of stuff, I'll show you some other stuff here. Like the first and foremost, let's start with the beginning here. There is this presumption that women are hypo-agents. Okay, that's hypo-agency. What's hypo-agency? Okay, hypo-agency is this: the world happens to you, you do not happen to the world. When it's in men and the world happens to them, we shame them. We say, well, as I've said before, men must become and women just are, right? If you're the kind of guy who doesn't happen to the world and you just kind of go along to get along, we call that guy sort of a beta male or a simp or whatever, whatever. He's not a high value guy because he's not exercising his will upon the world, okay? But when it comes to women, we hold them blameless for being hypo agents, meaning that the world happens to them. To the point right here where we're presuming, and especially in this guy's case, that men who are players, men who are the men that women want to get with, that other men want to be and other women want to bang, that when they leverage that, when they have sex with women, when they can either enjoy having sex with many women, or whether they're players, whether they're not players, whether they're cheating on them, whether they're high value men, it kind of comes back to the debate, let's just say, between whether a high value man should be entitled to have many women. That's asking the wrong question, I think. And I have discussed this when I was doing the breakdown of the video where Fresh and Fit were talking to the Australian radio station with Jackie and Kyle, Jackie O and Kyle. And then they rage quit and then made a big deal. But the thing is they're asking the wrong question, I think. Because I think there's this idea, particularly in a female-centric world, that that women are entitled to the high value guy. But not only are they entitled to him, they are also entitled to his exclusivity. That they are the only ones they would never share. Like what Pook used to say is, women would rather share a high value man than be saddled with a faithful beta. And it's never been more true. And I was just answering this question not too long ago in a super chat when people were asking me about are women looking for like hypergamous balance in a guy? And by that I mean alpha fucks and beta bucks. The guy that's the hot guy in the foam cannon party, the guy who really hot, HAWT, like he's the guy that they really want to bang, but he's also a high value guy who's got his shit together, drives a supercar, owns his own business, loves his mom, likes puppy dogs, wants kids, and is like, meets all the 436 bullet point checklist that Royce used to talk about. And that guy. So they're entitled to that guy, and they're also entitled to exclusivity with that guy. And you want to know where the conflict comes in with, Fresh and Fit talking about that. Kevin Samuels talked about that. The guys who say, well, I think the mistake is to say a high value man deserves to cheat. That's the thing. It's not deserves, because that conflicts with what women want in a guy. Like they feel like they're all entitled. It's hubris, right? They're all entitled to the apex alpha. They're all entitled to that guy, but they're also entitled to his exclusivity. Like he doesn't have any other bitches except for her. Like that is just like, you want to talk about solipsism? That's where that comes from. And so the question isn't about like, oh, should a guy have like multiple wives or whatever? He's a Muslim. It's not polygamy at that point. It's not about deserving at that point. It's about women believing that they should have exclusive access to that one dude. And it's not just women. It's guys like this. It's guys like this who want to gaslight other men into the belief that if they are doing that, if they aren't giving their 100% committed monogamy to one woman, that they're fucking up other women for that. I mentioned this in my 5th book, in the Player's Handbook. And in there, I have a section, there's a part in there where I mentioned the idea. It's an old idea that was abandoned a long time ago, where guys who were in the pickup community, the seduction community of the time, they used to say, well, we need ethical game. We need to be able to, date non-exclusively and spin plates and everything, but we need to leave women better than we found them. Now, that will never work. And the guys the reason why they abandoned that is because the very act of game, the very act of getting with a woman, having casual sex with her, moving on to the next, or keeping her in a roster, right? Keeping her as a plate that is spinning, is inherently unethical if you think about it, right? Because she's expecting or will expect exclusivity at some point along the way. Now, if you are in the 80%, if you're the beta male like this guy clearly is, because he's got a beta male blue pill mentality, he's already expressed that, and he's couching it, by the way, in virtue and karma and metaphysics here, but that's neither here nor there. Well, it is. We'll get to that in a minute. But it would behoove men like this to convince men who outclass them in the sexual marketplace to believe that it is their ethical, moral duty not to leave them better than we found them, to just stick with one woman. And what happens is the reason why I say this is a virtue signal. It's a cope, is what this is, but it's virtue signaling. It's making your necessity your virtue, right? And a lot of guys will do that. Very much of you will pretty much that defines blue pill mentality, a beta mentality, a blue pill beta mentality. Is you make your necessity a virtue. So it's not that you can't get chicks; it's that you don't want those low quality chicks. I don't want to get with those ratchet hoes, those 304s on Fresh and Fit. I would never try to open one of those girls because I have more respect for myself than that. You know, the reality is you probably couldn't get with one of those chicks. And you probably have tried to get with one of those chicks or somebody who looks like that, or maybe even the girls that didn't look like that. They were your sweet little, was it Wojak, or they would look like Allie, right? They look like real femme sapien, and they turned you down and still rejected you. And you're like, well, that's okay. She must have been low quality because I know that I'm high quality, and anybody who would reject me must be low quality. Making your necessity a virtue. It is shooting the arrow and painting the target around it. So you always get a bullseye when you do that. That is exactly this mentality right here. So what happens is when these guys get into a relationship with women later on that have been they've been the plate of the alpha male that they wanted to share either knowingly or unknowingly. And they finally get to the point where they're 29, 30, 31 years old. They get into their epiphany phase. And then this guy comes along and she's ruined. And he is right about this. There's guys who are 36, 37 years old, become red pill aware. And they're the first guys that tell me, Rollo, I don't want to get with a girl who's, 18, 23, because they're flighty and they're not marriage minded, and they're not thinking long term, and they're low quality. They're 304s or ratchet hoes. But I don't want to get with a girl who's 29 to 31 because they've been run through and they don't really want me. They want my benefits because now I'm the shit because I'm 36 and I'm made partner in the law firm. What do? I don't want a girl who's ran through, but I also don't want a girl who is not ran through, but is not interested in long term, blah, blah, blah. And of course, what I say is look for the sweet spot, right? Look for 25, 26, 27. Marry Tori. Find the girl who is in that sweet spot age, that demographic, who's not necessarily run through. You're not going to find, she's not a virgin bride, but she's not 31 and she's not Coco, right? She's not looking for the rich guy who wants to marry a lifestyle as opposed to marry the guy, right? Guys don't want to, ladies, if you're watching this, let me give you a little bit of advice. Guys don't want to be superfluous. They want to be needed. I know I do. I want you to want, it's a Cheap Trick song, right? I want you to want me. That's the nature of genuine desire. I don't want a woman to feel obligated to be with me. I want her to desire to be with me. That's what I've done with my wife. Even the women that I work with, it's I gotta be careful of that, right? But it's like, I want you to want me. And that's really the nature of genuine desire. But, you can talk about owning souls and all that other shit, right? But the fact of the matter is I don't want obligation. And that's the problem that guys like this have, is they get into the position where that woman has no other choice, and he looks good and he says the right things, and he's gaslighting other guys into believing, and gaslighting, guys who are alpha males who could outclass him in the sexual marketplace. And if they adopt that idea, then it puts him at a certainly a biological evolutionary advantage. If you can convince your competitor not to play the game, or to play the game according to your rules so that you can also win too, or you can be in a better position as a result of that, so much the better. That's how men intersexually have combat, right? Women do the psychological thing. Men tend to fight, right? But women fight in the psychological. Well, men with female psychological profiles do exactly what this guy's doing right here. And we turned it into virtue signaling on top of everything else. So I'm going to dig into this really fast because it really coincides with the little big head idea. And what I meant by the little big head is when guys want to gaslight other men, or they want you to believe that the way that they think is the way that everyone ought to think, even the guys who outclass them in the sexual marketplace, they have to go about it by convincing a social order that the way they think and the way that it's God's way, or it's the ethical way, it's leave her better than you found her, and if you don't, you're a player, and we have to clean up your garbage. We have to clean up your mess. And the reason why they do that is because they can't blame the woman. They can't blame a woman's choice. It's like the man just sort of swoops in, tells her what she wants to hear, and she's like, "Oh, okay, I believe you. Yeah, I'll spread my legs for you." No, the fact of the matter is that more it's very difficult for guys to get laid. We see that statistically. I can prove that. The GSS studies, I can prove that to you. I can show you this. But we're not going to have that conversation with this guy because he's convinced that it's all on the guys, and if men were better, then women would be better. No, they wouldn't, because we live in an age where women are spoiled for choice, and it's the choice paradox. But we can't, still thinking in old order paradigms, you get this.
Men need to grow up, firstly, and men need to stop being cowards.
Okay, so if you don't think like him, you are not an adult, and you are a coward. That's so we're prefacing all of this with shame and with obligation. Okay. So if you don't think like he does, if you're not on board with him, you should be ashamed of yourself because you're a child still. And you need to think in the way that he thinks.
Secondly, you see a woman walking down the street minding her business. You approach her. You say everything that you know she would like to hear. You get her defenses down. Once her defenses are lowered, you then go in there, take what you want.
Okay. So it's a vicious act, right? That's what he says, the vicious cycle, right? It's a vicious act. You go and you see this woman on the street or in the club where she's in a sexual zone. Like, first of all, most guys will not do what he's saying. I would argue that when we look at the statistics here, when we look at Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, we see that women find 80% of men unattractive. It's not those guys. Most men won't do that. The guys that need to grow up, the guys that want to, find a purpose, be an adult, they're not the guys on the street who are doing what he thinks that they're doing, right? They're these vicious players who are only thinking about themselves and taking what they want. Well, what about the woman? Is she a hypo agent, right? Is the world happening to the woman, or is the man happening to her? There has to be some sort of choice here. Because otherwise, most beta men who get into this position, particularly like self-righteous, sort of like moralistic guys, this is their way of thinking. Because most of the time, like guys who get to this point where he's at, most likely he's been with a woman who has some sort of some baggage, right? She's got kids from another guy that banged her and she couldn't lock down. Right? They'll find some guy who's like, oh, well, my wife is damaged. My girlfriend is damaged. Why? Well, because she got with a guy who took what he wanted. Took it and so that becomes his enemy. The enemy is the guy who took what he wants. In fact, when she was the one who met him at the foam cannon party in Cancun on spring break, she was drunk, he was cute, and one thing led to another. He took what he wanted. Well, yeah, but it was also what she wanted as well. Unless there was some sort of forced copulation, that's there's got to be some sort of give and take. Well, he told her what she wanted to hear. Yeah. Yes, he did. Maybe he did. And you know what? She went with it. Perception is everything. If anything, you're confirming game in all of this. But still, it's cast in the idea that these guys are not going to leave women the way better than when they found them, because he wants to be the guy who, when he gets to 29, 30, 31 years old and she has a use for him, then she doesn't have baggage. And so this is actually kind of a loose form of beta game. Just wanted to point that out.
And then you leave. After doing so, you leave and repeat the cycle elsewhere. You do it again, you do it again, you do it again, you do it again. You've scarred a whole bunch of women.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What role does women's choice play in any of that? If I was on this show, that would be the first thing out of my mouth. What element of choice does a woman's will play? Her own volition? At what point? I get this all the time, and I hate having to repeat myself about this, because I constantly hear this. Like they'll say, well, if men were better, then women would be good too. No, statistically, we can see that's absolutely false, categorically false, right? More men are sexless right now. More men would rather jerk off to porn online and sedate themselves with God knows what than actually do what he's talking about. Only elite men can really pull off what he's talking about. It's one thing if you said, okay, well, one guy came in and he swooped in and he told her what he wanted to hear, and that really fucked her up. Okay, it's another thing to say you repeat the process over and over again. Only a guy who's a really good player who knows women's nature, is good looking, is a high value guy, can have that roster. I mean, it's certainly today. I think it's probably easier than most guys think, but certainly today, most guys who don't want that. The 80%er guys just like this would be happy just to have one girl who actually gave a shit about them and fuck them on a regular basis. They're not going to be players. He's talking about he's talking about like the 10%ers, right? He's talking about the 4.5%ers that women will approach. When I go and I don't want to rat him out, but like when I look at like Sterling Cooper or I look at Justin Waller's inbox, and he shows me, these are the girls that are my roster. These are girls that are interested in me on, Hinge, Bumble, whatever it is that, Instagram, right? And they're coming to him. He's not going and taking anything. They willingly want to get with him. And that goes back, like I said before, to that guy who was talking about like, don't you think that women don't need men anymore? They want men, right? They can already make up. They've already got their, at least even perceptually, they've got the beta buck side already taken care of. He is the beta buck side. That's why he's resentful. That's why this is like sounds very self-righteous, because women don't need this guy. They don't need this. And you go, well, the reason why women are fucked up is because, guys like Justin Waller ruined them, right? No, they don't. They seek that out. They would rather share a high value alpha than be saddled with a beta loser like this guy. And the only way that beta losers can sort of rationalize that for themselves is by coming up with this ethical leave her better than you found her. Oh, I have to clean up his mess. No, you don't. You have to clean up her mess. She's the one who decided to do that. She's the one who decided, there is no accountability here whatsoever. But it sounds self-righteous and it sounds right. And women who are 29 to 31 years old in that demographic that would impossibly want to get with this guy, they're like, oh, yes, bravo, thank you. Yeah, because he's aligning with the plan or the script that they've had from the time they were 18 to they were 28. And now that they're 29, they want to hear exactly this. They want him to, lambast, berate the players that they fucked when they were 23 years old. That's why.
The men who follow you now have to do the work to help heal these women.
Yeah.
So they're getting Justin Waller's leftovers. Sorry, Justin, I'm running up the flagpole here. So that's a whole premise of this is like, we have to make up for your bad decisions. You fucked up our women, and now we have to untangle their heads because you couldn't leave them better than you found them. And honestly, it's self-righteous bullshit is what it is. But I'm grabbing this. Okay, I got all of them. Thank you very much. Okay, well, I will come back to super chats here in just a moment. But that's the premise, and also it's the premise of Little Big Head too. I'm going to read you a little bit after I get through this. I'll read you a little bit of Little Big Head.
And half the time, these women end up destroying these men because they don't know how to believe that they're worthy of love because of what you've done to them.
Wrong. They destroy those men because they're not as exciting. They've had a better dude. They've had the guy that they couldn't lock down. That woman is an alpha widow, my friend. And you were the guy batting cleanup. You were the guy who was coming in at the 0 hour and trying to find some way to reconcile this, because you can't blame her. You can't blame her decisions because she's the woman. She's this victim. She's the vulnerable sex. Oh, I'm the guy who stepped up. I'm not the stepdad. I'm the dad who stepped up. No, you're not. You're the cuckold. You're the cuckold who willingly stepped into that position. Oh, well, these guys really messed her up, and now I've got to deal with that. And the majority of men have to deal with fucked up women who made decisions to bang the hot guy in the foam cannon party, who decided that they were going to do that. And you know what? Who are still, even though they're with you, are still on Instagram hoping that a guy like the guy who quote unquote ruined them will take a liking to them at the 0 hour and miraculously want to get with them. And they can, hey, thanks for being such a great friend, pal. And then move on to that guy. That's what's happening. They will essentially divorce that husband, the guy who's the good provider and everything else, because they don't need this guy. Remember what we were saying. Women don't need men anymore. They want men, but men are superfluous when it comes to their beta bucks, security provisioning kind of stuff, their emotional investment. They are superfluous. It's nice to have around, but they're not absolutely necessary. And so the same guy who quote unquote fucked them up, or the guy that damaged, that made me damaged goods, I can't believe it. That guy is the guy that they'll go back to. Is the one that they want to get with. Oh, that's abusive. She must be low quality. No, she's just trying to follow up on her, trying to get the, trying to capitalize, consolidate on the missed opportunity that she thought she could get with the guy who quote unquote fucked her up, that took what he wanted. And that's again, this is beta game 101 right here. And he's not trying to convince women. He's not even trying to convince men. He's trying to convince himself in all of this.
The children that they bear have to live with the scars that you have inflicted on these women.
Right. So now it's like, now we're going to blame it on the kids. So this is an emotional appeal here. He's going to get to the karma part here in just a second too. But let's say, for sake of argument, she comes with the kids that the guy who fucked her up put the babies in her. There's no accountability for that. Are we going to just hold, like, women are not, women are sinless? Their actions are, it's all men. Again, the reason why this comes up is because it's this endemic belief in patriarchy, this endemic belief that men have some sort of authority and that all men are doing this and men need to grow up and they need to take responsibility. I mean, maybe that's true, but they have no authority, and he has no authority. The only way he can do this is gaslight other guys into believing his thing. This is intersexual competition, by the way.
There's a domino effect here. The other thing a lot of guys don't realize in practicing this behavior is that there's a karmic consequence to this. You don't get.
Now we're going to play the metaphysical side of things. It's like, what goes around comes around, mister. Yeah, maybe not. I don't think so. Because again, it's on the woman, not on the guy. In this sense, anyways, because there's only that one guy that women want to share at the top of the heap. The only guys that can pull this shit off are guys who are apex alphas.
Away with it. You never get away with it. So you'll find many guys who are out here.
Yes, they do get away with it. You're the one who bats cleanup. You're the one who takes over for them. That's called cuckoldry. Somebody was asking me a minute ago about, don't you think that women's nature is promiscuous? Yeah. His sperm is there. Your sperm is there. Guess which one the ovum picks? Yours or his? Probably his, because he's the apex. He's the guy who's the value. She's the one that she really wants to get with, not you. If that were the case, if women had this, this wonderful, feminine intuition, this hypergamous filter that was completely flawless, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
You're playing these games. At some point, decide I'm ready to settle down. I'm ready to do the right thing.
And what do they want?
And
what do they want? They
want
want a
love,
woman with no blemishes,
with no blemishes,
with no past issues, with no baggage, with no troubles, with no issues from their past relationship.
And even
men who have had many women have a more realistic understanding of that than guys who don't, than guys who are complaining about players. And that's essentially what this guy's talking about, is he's complaining about players. They damaged my woman. I have a wife and she's fucked up because she got with 3 guys in the foam cannon party on spring break over whatever, while she was in college, right? And she's pining for that guy. She's an alpha widow because she can't get over the guy that she wants to get with, right? She's this girl right here. Where'd it go? I have it here. What is this? Like, I would be wondering what this guy would say about, where is it? Like this guy right here, for instance.
If we're going to win a World Series, but you had to give each other a hall pass, would you do it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, why
Who does she have to? Who does she have to?
You can pick anyone who you want. Who would you pick?
Anyone in the world? My ex-boyfriend.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Who would you pick?
You.
Aw. I'm sorry. Why the ex-boyfriend?
We're gonna fight about this.
Why the ex-boyfriend? He's gone. You can tell me.
He was a good lover.
Oh, okay. Wow.
That sound like a damaged woman to you? Does it? I gotta pull that out. Like, so where's the vicious cycle there? Oh, she's just low quality. You know what will happen? She's just low quality. What the hell? She's just low quality. Did you like that one? I had to throw I got those at the same time, and I'm like, this is like the perfect contrast here. Oh, I would fuck my ex-boyfriend if I had a hall pass, if I could get away from this guy. He was a better lover. Sorry, not sorry. It's pretty messed up, right? Is she damaged? Oh, you're just damaged by that. You know, I wonder. Yeah, maybe it's that. Maybe I'm being facetious here, but like, I mean, that you would wonder if what those guys like the brother here was saying just a minute ago, like what would he say to that? Most likely, it would be like, well, there's karmic justice, and she's messed up. The only reason she thinks that is because she was messed up by that guy. It's like this circular logic. It's all logical fallacies at that point. So when I'm looking at this, and I have to, I would be remiss if I didn't read you just this one section from Little Big Head. Oh, he's quoting himself again. Yes, I am. It's my show. Go fuck yourself. Let's see where to go. Here, Rollo's quoting himself again. I can't believe it. Hold on one second, because I don't want to get too crazy here. I'm going to come down to where I don't want to get a violation for posting that lead picture, just in case. It's a cartoon, but I don't want to give anybody any kind of fuel. And anyways, this is the salient point here. So here we go. This is from my 2018. If you want the link, I'll give it to you. This is from my 2018 article called Little Big Head. Can you guys see that? Yeah, you can. Okay. So this is it right here. As you know, I've written about stuff like this before. So this is the trad versus the Playboy lifestyle, which is essentially what that guy was talking about. And then I threw that in there, you know, like the hall pass thing, because you need that balance. You need that contrast here. So I'm just going to read this one section to you. This is actually from a much longer article. It's like the trads versus the Playboy lifestyle. In order for beta men to affect this reining in of alpha men, women want to tame and breed with, the high SMV man must be demonized and disqualified from the sexual marketplace for following his sexual biological imperatives. The most common way to do this is by conflating his strategy, his mating strategy, with a degenerate hedonism. He must be made to seem as if he is not in control of his sexual nature, which of course is the worst sin for any guy. He needs to remember what they said. He needs to grow up. He needs to be more responsible. So the effort becomes one of building an archetype around the playa, a man who would be a bad long-term bet for women's hypergamy. Again, this is like disqualifying that guy, right? Because he lacks self-control. This is the straw man character. The little head does the thinking for the big head, making him unreliable as a prospect for parental investment. Problem with this is, I just hear me paraphrasing here. The problem with this is that like guys will look at this and they'll be like, well, I'm a good prospect for long-term security for this woman, but women got no use for you. Women don't have any use for it. Like, ain't nobody got time for that. Nobody got time for you. Women can get their own security right. They don't need you. They want men, but they don't need men. Okay, who do they want? They want the guy who you think is damaging them, especially now. That girl who was talking about, oh, I'll give him, he was a better lover, right? Oh, I'm thinking about that. I'm pining for that. That's an alpha widow, by the way, like the textbook definition of alpha widow. But to fool yourself, you do yourself. By the way, if you have this as your sort of mentality where you're like, oh well, you know, I believe in ethical game, right? Or I believe in, you know, that these guys, these players are fucking up the women that I want to get with, and maybe so, but they have willing participants. So let's call a spade here. If enforced monogamy defines the accepted sexual marketplace, and women are presumed to be co-equal, co-rational participants in it, the playa needs to be cast as the outsider. The latent message is the same intersexual combat method that women use with slut shaming. So essentially what the guy was talking about is slut shaming those players, okay? The player is a bad bet for long-term security, even if he is the guy that women want to fuck. Well, the problem is that these guys don't understand that, first of all, women are not hypo agents. And then second of all, they're willing participants, of course, but women don't need those guys. As I was saying before, and the question I was asking prior here in the marriage thing is, women, why do you want to get married in the first place? If every guy is worthless, if every guy is superfluous, if every guy will never be your equal, much less better than you, if no guy is worth your while, then why on earth do you still want to get married? Even to marry yourself? Why? Why would that even be a thing? Well, I'll tell you why here in a second. However, that Playboy is a cruel reminder to the low SMV man, sexual market value man, that they'll never be able to fully exercise their own masculine imperative, unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. That is, barring porn. The closest the majority of men will ever get to this is online porn, which, of course, is why it's so popular. There is a reason why 68% of Christian men watch porn. I've got the link there if you really want to see it. I use this in book 4. They understand that it's the only viable substitute for their sexual imperative that they are likely to experience in this lifetime. While MRAs and MGTOW tend to reserve a special hate for playas, it's the tradcon mindset that is the most vocal against the Playboy lifestyle. There is an overarching need amongst trads to confirm their ego investment in locking themselves down or locking themselves into enforced monogamy. Okay, there's 2 complications here, and I'll end with this. The first is that trad men and trad women tend to superimpose their religious and social belief set on their sexual strategy, which he did, karmic justice. It's a sin if they don't accept monogamy as the standard. Today, this belief is a vestige of the old buffer that used to guard against either sex getting too far into their primal sexual impulses and strategies. It's much easier to impose your sexual strategy on other men, effectively policing their strategy if it's God's will that everyone behave according to that old social contract. I should add that this is the primary reason most trad men suffer the worst from having their belief in the old set of books destroyed by the red pill truths. If you ever wondered why trad con men hate the red pill so much, or they fight against it, I'm looking at you guys, Hafiz and Ruslan. The reason you fight it so hard is because it conflicts with your investments and your convictions in religion. It is galling for men who've invested their whole lives in a social contract to have it vividly disproved by playas and women's behavior that confirm it, who understand the new social contract well enough to make it work for them. Secondly, there's the self-fulfilling idea that a man who opts for traditional monogamous lifestyle is in some way more progressive or evolved or life-satisfied than the playa with the option to enjoy his non-exclusive sexual strategy. These are the guys who play up on the sour grapes law of power, which is Law 36. Disdain the things you cannot have. If there is something you want but cannot have, show contempt for it. The less interest you reveal, the more superior you seem. That's the virtue signaling part of this. MRAs and trads alike don't like being reminded that sex has always been an integral part of a healthy life experience for the majority of men who've ever lived on this planet. However, to them, sex is almost always a reward for desired behavior that they believe women expect of them. For most of them, sex is always transactional, so they never live out any frame of reference of having sex with a woman in a validational sense. Remember what I said about genuine desire. I want you to want me. I don't want you to, ladies, if you ever have sex with me, I want you not to feel obligated. I want you to tear my clothes off because I want you to want me. I want it to be a genuine experience. I don't want it to be mitigated by need, by anything other than just sort of visceral carnal lust, right? I want that to be the primary reason why you're having sex with me, not because you feel obligated to do so, okay? It's likely that these guys will never experience sex in any other context than the transactional. This is simply one of the visceral realities of a Darwinian sexual marketplace. As such, this pretext colors all of their understanding about what is or what should be accepted as a legitimate sexual strategy, which unsurprisingly is his enforced monogamy strategy. Got it? Understand that? Good. I'm glad you do. So that's what I'm talking about. Duty sex. Yes. Thank you for putting that up there. Queens of virtue. I don't want duty sex. I don't want you to feel like you're obligated. Sex with me shouldn't be a duty. Sex with me shouldn't be a chore. All right. Oh, pee-pee. Pee. Oh, man. Thank you, PP, for your contribution. It's always appreciated. You just want me to say PP, right? Okay, well, there you go.
What is your major malfunction, numbnuts?
Yes, duty sex. Let's go back to duty sex. I don't want obligated sex. I want you to be so fucking hot for me that you're like, man, I can't wait till he gets home from work. I can't wait till I see this dude. I want the hell yes girl, I think is what it was called, right? The hell yes girl. Do you want to have sex with me? Hell yes. Do you want to go out on a date? Hell yes. You want to go skydiving? Hell yes. Will you help me bury the body? Hell yes. I killed somebody. Will you help me bury the body in the Nevada desert? Hell yes, I will. Hey, I'm in the back of this police car. Will you get me out? Do you have any keys to the handcuffs? Hell yes, I do. That's my girl. That's what I'm looking for. Torsha, that's what I need. You better start carrying those keys to unlock the handcuffs. That's what I expect of you. Just saying. Okay. All right. So anyways, that's the idea anyways between like ethical game and non-ethical game. You have to remember who you're dealing with. You have to remember the mentality that you're dealing with. And if you're going to hold men accountable, if you think that that's first of all, these guys have the reason why a guy like that, it throws out that self-righteous kind of crap and everybody, applauds him for it. Of course they are, but there is what the law says and there is what is done. It is the medium is the message, right? There is what the law says and what is done. There's what is talked about, and then there is what is done. Okay. Oh, Queenie, I will always put you on there. Here you go. There's that attention you were looking for. But duty sex, I don't want to be a duty. I want you to look forward to it, man. Like, here you go. I'll slap you on the ass and get upstairs, bitch. That's pretty much Rollo sex life. Get upstairs on the bed. I want it to be an event. I want it to be like, I think it was I hate to even quote Gene Simmons of Kiss, but like Gene Simmons of Kiss used to talk. I remember watching an interview with him one time where he was talking about how he never got drunk. He's had champagne, he has had alcohol before, but he's never drank to like excess, right? He's never been drunk, and he's very proud of that. He's always been sort of like the sober guy. He's always been sort of, on top of his game and everything else. And he doesn't, for all of the women that he was having sex with, he used to say that he would kick women out of his bed or he'd kick women out of the backstage or whatever if they were hammered and they wanted to have sex with them, because he's like, if you can't have sex with me sober and like still want me as a result, if you have to be enhanced, if you have to be like, have your inhibitions already dropped, if I'm not enough, then I don't want you in my bed. He's got plenty of women, right? I want you to want me. I want that. I don't want you to be chemically altered to want me. I don't want you to be incentivized by a big paycheck to want me. I don't want you to be worried about benefits just to want me. And that's, I think that's, you want to know how, I don't give too much advice about healthy relationships, but sex is the glue that holds a relationship together. I've said that I've said that on Pat Campbell's show several. I got in trouble for that, but that's true. Sex is the glue that holds a relationship together. I'm not saying it's like the only thing, but it's the thing that holds it together, because without it, you got no relationship. I mean, as far as, people always say, I hate it when people say, oh, my wife is my best friend. My wife is not my best friend. My wife is my wife. You know who's my best friend? That dog. Ned is my best friend. Sorry, guys, but Ned is my best friend. Yeah, I got a lot of good friends. I'm sure there's, I got some best friends in the chat right now. Ned's my best friend. My wife's my wife. So, because I don't fuck my best friend, God forbid, I have sex with my wife. That's what defines our relationship, right? And if I'm having sex with you, then that's what's going to define my relationship with you, right? So there's your wife, there's your best friend. I hate that because people want it because they want to make it into some sort of egalitarian bullshit, and that's buying into the egalitarian shit. So. Anyways, let me go back here. Let's go back. I've got 4 of these. Sloan, I'm supposed to go easy on you, Sloan. Raised 2 young men with their mother. Now they are 28 and 26 and own property and businesses. Okay, I'm sorry. No respect for people with advice who never raise children. Okay. Aside, Coco boyfriend pays for status. Yeah, indefinitely. Of being with Coco. Men who who pay for status, expensive cars, expensive women. Okay. Let me explain something to you about Coco that was not covered in that last episode. Now, I did a show with Coco solo. It was me and her. You guys probably seen that. And then, of course, there was a show that Allie and Pearl and Coco did about 2 weeks ago on Adam Sosnick's show. And in that time between Coco being on with me and Coco being on with them, come to find out that Coco's lifestyle is pretty much bankrolled by her boyfriend. And I try to get this in the chat, but of course, you're not going to listen to me. I wanted to know, the question I would have asked Coco at that time is, could you live in Brickell without the boyfriend? Because I know the situation now, and the answer would have been no. Could she afford the lifestyle she has? Could she be the influencer she is if it were not the fact that her boyfriend was paying for the 400? Well, I think somebody said like the average price of an apartment in Brickell right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's right around $3,500 to $4,000 a month and that's like average, okay? Like not for something like where she clearly lives in an apartment that's more than that. But she mentioned on the show that like, oh, the boyfriend pays for this, but it doesn't mean that he's like in control, blah, blah, blah. I was like, no, the only reason you're on this show, the only reason anybody knows your name is because you have the luxury of being able to do that because he bankrolls you. So you have to take that into consideration. You always have to take that stuff with a grain of salt. And Sloan, thank you very much for that. I appreciate you, man. Yeah. And having skin in the game. And a lot of people are going to say the same thing. I have skin in the game too, right? I'm going to raise kids myself, or a kid. I feel like I'm raising my niece right now too. She's 19. But you know, I've always tried to be, at the very least influential in my nephew and niece's life, as well as my daughter's, of course. And then, so I've got a little bit of skin in the game in that respect, but also with my own daughter. So there you have it. But I mean, that's not a flex. That's just an observation. I hate it when people say, "Oh, I have kids already." I mean, or I'm a failure. By the way, I'm a failure because I don't have 10 kids. You know, sex is. Well, I remember I read this one time. Some dude said, I think he tweeted it at me once. He said, like, any sex that is not meant for procreation is addiction. And I was like, dude, that's a fucked up way to think about it. Because I love having sex. You know, people go, Rollo, you're in great shape. You're 50, you know, you're in mid 50s right now, and you look great. And you know, Swallow Tomasi, you know, when I'm on Fresh and Fit, I can't believe it. Because you only see me from like here down in the studio here. But I go on Fresh and Fit, and like if I wear like a tank top or something like that, people go, oh my God, he's on TRT. I'm not on TRT. But they looked at it and I go, I'm like, yeah, I'm in shape. I try to stay in shape. I think for my age, I'm certainly in hell, I'm already well past the 75% of guys that are overweight, because I'm not overweight. I'm in very good shape. And you know, I take care of myself. I lift, I eat right, or try to anyway. I don't drink, but when people see me outside of this studio, they go, oh man, you swallow up. Oh, I can't believe he's, you know, I'm like, yeah, because I like sex too much to let myself get fat. That's why. It's not because I'm like, oh, well, I want to live a longer life. I don't have a side benefit, but I like fucking. So, and now Kevin Savo is going to go. There's going to be a full episode on just that one little minute clip right there. Newbie Crypty, LOL, if she's not trying to leave me better before I leave her, then she ain't the one. There is no one, my friend. Get that out of your head right now. There is no one. There are plenty of good ones and there are plenty of bad ones, but there is no one. Okay. I've told my wife this too. Like, she's like, I hate it. I hate that when I look at like women who have maybe they're actual widows, or maybe they leave the guy that was supposed to be their soulmate, and they find some guy who's better. Oh no, he wasn't my soulmate. He's my soulmate. Or the women who are like, you know, what is it? 5 minutes of alpha trumps 5 years of beta. And they're like pining for that girl in the video, right? Oh, my ex-lover was better than this guy, right? That's what I'm talking about. That right there, 5 minutes of alpha trumps 5 minutes or 5 years of beta. If that's the case, then I don't want to be with you. That's not the one. But if you ask that girl, who's the one? The guy you're with, or the guy who was fucking you real good that you want to get back with on your hall pass? She'll probably say that's the one that got away, the one I couldn't lock down. I'm too fat to lock him down, so I'm with this loser. You want to be that? Is that the obligation? Is that the obligation sex you really want to have? Leave her better than you found her. Well, Oh, did he fuck her up, or is it just that she's fucked up to begin with, or that's just simply the nature of the beast, right? Is that just how the machine works? Because honestly, I don't think it's fucked up or it's not fucked up. I think it's just is what it is. So, Alex, can genuine desire be split between multiple men? In other words, would a woman prefer multiple alphas or just one? I would say just one. Now, people will probably disagree with me, but the problem is that's kind of like a moot point. Because those, like, women rarely have access to multiple alphas. And by alpha, I mean like high value guys that they want to share. Those guys tend to be the ones that women share to begin with. And that's why I say that the brother who was asking about or talking about, like, you know, ethical game or whatever, talking about how, you know, thinking with the little head kind of thing. You're messing up my wife, or you're messing up my future wife because you're a player. Get used to that. Get used to that, because it's you talk about this polygamy or these, you know, they're messing up our wives for our future families, and it's the kids and it's karma and it's all this other stuff, right? Look to the women before you start looking to the guys, because the women don't have any use for you. They don't need a man. They want a man. Who's the man they want? The guy who takes what he wants, the guy who tells them what they want to hear, the guy who's alpha, the guy who thrills them. The guy who takes them on the dance floor and dances that country jig because he's 6'3" and he's a suave motherfucker. That guy, you know what I'm talking about. That guy right there, he doesn't have to do anything. Women do it for him. He's the 4.5%er. He's the guy that women seek out to be abused and think that they're going to lock him down. What about the women who say, you know what? I want that. You have to remember, and this is from The Art of Seduction, by the way. Robert Greene was saying the only way that a person can be seduced is because they have a willing participant. There's the seducer, and then there's the willing participant. People who don't want to be seduced, people who don't want to be hypnotized, you have to want to be hypnotized to actually be hypnotized, assuming you believe in that crap, right? But that's the thing. If you want to be seduced, you'll be seduced. If you don't, if you're averse to that, it doesn't matter how much or how great the deal is on the used car lot. If you're not in the market for a car, then you don't care. And it's like it goes against fundamental, like, logic, but that's what they have to rely upon, because it's the only thing they can use to reconcile the fact that women want the guy who he described in the beginning, the guy who's, you see this girl, she's on the street, and then you go up to her and you tell her the things you want, and you're fiendishly gaming this girl because you're a player, and you take what you want from her and you repeat it over and over and over again. No, that guy doesn't have to do that. That guy has women find him on Tinder, on Hinge, on Bumble, on Seeking Arrangements, on Instagram. They find him. They approach him. It's Sadie Hawkins' world, man. And the only way you can, like, justify that or rationalize that is by thinking that these fiendish players are the ones that are, like, destroying and ruining your girl. No, they're ruining themselves. And you know what? While they're with you, they're still pining for the guy that they couldn't lock down, that all these other girls are sharing with her. That's why. It's not him, it's you. It's not him, it's her. They don't want you. They don't need you, and they don't want you. They have no use for you. Until it's like, they need a guy with benefits, so they need somebody to sort of, like, hold their hand and be their emotional tampon. Sure. But they want freaking Justin Waller, man. They want, Sterling Cooper. They want the guy who's the high value alpha guy. And it's not because he's fiendishly playing them. It's because he's the one that everybody gravitates to. They don't need a guy. They want a guy. So just to answer your question, in other words, would a woman prefer multiple alphas or just one? I mean, prefer? Probably just one. Most women don't, like, most women are monkey branchers, right? They want, like, double monkey backflips, right? They want to at least entertain the fantasy that they can get exclusivity with that alpha guy. And the other thing is like, it's kind of like a specious argument, because, like, most women don't have access to multiple alphas. If they do, they're probably high value chicks themselves. So if that's the case, then they're still looking for, then they're going to opt for the guy who's the best, of the hottest guys I can get. I got 3 hot guys. Which one do I want to live with? Well, whoever's the most made. Still looks good. I want to get with that guy. Fine. And then Hollow Band says, hey, Rollo, question. At which point can a man be considered alpha enough, money, fitness, status, money, muscles, game, to start spinning plates? Does it depend on mostly on where you live? Little town, 2,000 to 3,000 people versus big cities. I would argue this. I will tell you this right now: is there's no like, when's the best time to have a kid? Oh, when you're financially stable. No, best time to have a kid is like at a point in your life, I think. I would argue, this is my opinion. I'm going to give you my opinion right now, and this is all based on just sort of like me thinking, knowing what I know after, being a parent for so long. I would not want to be an old father. I mean, if I have a son with torsia, I might consider it, but I would not. Like one of my cousins focused on his life. He was an architect, right? He's a very well-known architect and has made a lot of money, multiple millionaire as being an architect. So that I'll tell you something. And has had a lot of success in life, but then decided to get married later in life and have kids later in life. And he's 1 year younger than I am. And his children, I believe his oldest is like 10 or 12. And I cannot imagine being my age and having already gone through all this, right? Understanding what's coming next. I cannot imagine being that age and raising kids that are like 10 and 8. Like that is just seems off. I mean, I'm not saying it can't be done, but I don't know. I think it's probably better to be at least, somewhat adult. Obviously, it's be younger or older, but I think there's a I don't say it's a cutoff point. I mean, guys are going to do, like, men, of course, can do it much better than women can because of the age thing, right? Carrying the kid to term and everything else. But I don't think, as far as like spinning plates is concerned, I don't think there's a threshold like money, muscle. I think you should start spinning plates no matter what. And you don't have to be made. You don't have to be. I think that's a mistake. Is like most guys think that they have to have money to get laid, or they to run game, right? Or they have to be really super built, right? And maybe that's true. Like I would say I'll put that before money, in depending on how old you are. But I got to learn game. I got to be muscle. Okay, when am I ready? Tell me when am I a black belt? Wax on, wax off. Mr. Miyagi, when do I learn karate? Start practicing karate. I think it should be part of that while you're developing all that. Like, you want to know how you can sort of maximize money, fitness, status, game, blah, blah, blah. Part of that is spinning plates. Like, be careful, obviously, be a good judge of character. But remember, spinning plates, it's not about fucking anything on two legs. It's the ultimate purpose, the latent purpose of spinning plates, to date non-exclusively, let's just say. Like, when you say spinning plates, guys think, oh, you just want to get notch count up. The metric of good game is not notch count. It's quality. It's understanding. It's education. How well can you use that? So those social skills, that's really what the metric of game ought to be. Anybody can go buy a hooker. I can go get laid 10 times right now. And Rollo just added 10 to his notch count. Did I? Or did I just pay for it? Still banged them. 10 girls. I fucked 17 girls in a row. Just like Steel Panther. Do that. You can pay for it. Did I game them? Is that a metric of good game? No, absolutely not. You pay for it. It's transactional. I got the notch count, okay, but that shouldn't be the metric. The metric is, can you game a girl, and can you like have the social skills to get that girl to want to fuck you, right? Not obligated. Paying for a hooker, she's obligated to fuck you. Obviously. I think that spinning plates and dating non-exclusively is something guys that should be your policy while you are developing money, fitness, money, muscles, and game. I think that it needs to be, because you'll never sort through, you'll never solve the mystery of woman. I have told John from Model Life Dating this. You'll never solve the mystery of woman until you are dating non-exclusively, and that should, I think, coincide with you developing yourself as far as money, muscles, and game is concerned. So there is that. What else is here? My goodness. I got a couple more, and then I'm going to get out of here. And that's exit language. Sorry, Tom. Sorry, not sorry. Oh, that was PP. I got you, PP. Thank you very much. Sam Whiskey. This is for Ned's college fund. He needs it, by the way. I will say this. Ned has never shit on the bed. Better than Ned is a higher quality person than Amber Heard. There you go. You heard it here first. And then last but not least, I don't know what this is. Are these yen? What's that? For all the work you do. Thank you for, it's Tokyo. So I guess it is. Yeah. You are much appreciated, my friend. There we go. Thank you for that. I much appreciate it. Okay. What are we going to do? Okay. That is it. All right, guys. Thank you for watching today. Hopefully you guys like the solo shows. That's good. I'm glad you do. I had some other things I never really threw out here. I hate it because like I go and I get all this data and I'm like, okay, if I cover this, I'm going to go with this. I'm going to go with this. I'm going to go with this. I think the next show I'm going to do is going to be on the dark triad traits. And by the way, please go pick up the Rational Male Player's Handbook. Everything, certainly for the last half of this show, I've covered has been in the Player's Handbook. You can get that on Amazon. The link down below in the description, you can go directly to it and purchase it there. And yes, the Audible is on the way for all of you guys who are going to ask me anyways in the comments. I try to get this in the beginning, the middle, and the end, but at the end here, and the Audible will be available in June. My reader Trey is working diligently on it right now, so you guys know. So, but do please pick up the Rational Male Player's Handbook. It is the 5th and final installment of the Rational Male series. No, I am not stopping writing. I am still writing other things too. I'm just done with this series. So there will be other Rollo Tomasi books, but they will not be part of the Rational Male series because I think this series is pretty much done. It's kind of like, when you watch like Netflix and like, I just finished watching Ozark, and the last episode of Ozark sucked. They could have done a better job with it. I think they could have like resolved it, I think, better, but really good series. And I understand why they wanted to, tie it up. And there's other series too. That's kind of like why I was thinking, what I was thinking about when I was saying, is this going to be the last book in the series? And I thought, what? I think so. I think we're done here, but there will be other stuff coming out soon. And by the way, I am already working on the revamp and the renovations, let's say, for the Rational Male, my WordPress blog, which I have neglected for far too long. I have been working on it right now. I've got Jetpack, and I'm doing a lot of let's say, not front facing, but like backloading stuff right now. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to make a few things work because I got some ideas for it. But the Rational Male, my blog, will be updated very, very soon. I'm hoping to have it ready right about the time that the Audible book for Player's Handbook comes out. So again, that's this right here. And I saw Dave Laro earlier on. That's his work right there. Go to davelaro.com. It's DAVELARO.com. He's the artist that did the found art. It's actually a sculpture. It's a photograph of a sculpture. Here, you can see it right here. That's it. It's really cool. It's called Take a Number. I loved this thing. So, and I hope you do too. And then again, we're still in the top 10 in dating. I knocked off that bitch. Why was it Sherry something or other? She has a book called Why Men Love Bitches. And I came in there and booted her ass off for a little while, at least for 2 weeks there. It was great, but I'm still in the top 10. So that's good. Do go pick that up. Also, if you haven't picked up the first book, that would be much appreciated as well. I am also doing an NFT still. We're still working on Red Pill Alliance. By the way, Red Pill Alliance is now going to be, we've decided to move it over to its own separate standalone channel. That'll be run by Kevin Savo, Rocky Savo, probably Mark Savo as well, who I will be featuring, let's just say, on Wednesday's midweek show, which I have to get back to as well. Finally got things sort of sorted out for myself as far as my schedule is concerned. So I'll be getting back to the midweek shows. I don't know if I'm going to make them live streams yet. If you guys want me to do a live stream, I will on Wednesdays, but I'm thinking I might just do like premieres and standalone shows, at least for the beginning. So that's coming up as well. If you are a fan of my band, Trial of Ascension, we are just about, I think Livy is just doing the vocals right now for our EP, which will be released sometime in July. I think probably mid or late July we'll release the new EP. It's going to be called Origin. And I'm really excited about it because especially one particular song that I actually wrote. I'd say probably 80% of it I wrote. So that's coming up very soon, something exciting. I will be in Miami, by the way, for Rebel Capitalist, which will be the last week of June. I will be there. I will be on Adam Sosnick's show, which is Thursday, June 23rd. I will be on there with Torsha if everything works out. And then I'm going to the Rebel Capitalist. I will probably be doing some video with Robert Kiyosaki while I am there. I'll be with George Gammon and Ken McElroy. And here's the big reveal at the end. I will be doing a workshop there, which you'll probably hear about very soon. I will be putting it out on my blog, and I will be putting it out on my my Twitter, my IG. I'm going to be doing a players workshop, which I alluded to in this book, in the introduction here. So I'll be doing that. I'm going to be doing a workshop. It'll be more like socioeconomic, I think, but I'm going to be doing something similar to what I did in Houston in January. So that's coming up. If you want to get involved in that, you're probably going to have to go to Rebel Capitalist for that. It'll be a 2-hour workshop that I'm doing on Friday, the 24th of June. It'll be right around 5 o'clock, right? 5 to 7, I believe. And I've got a conference room already set up. I'm doing it much more. It's much more of a production. So I've got a workshop coming up at the Rebel Capitalist. So if you want to, I mean, it's early in the month. If you're going, great. If you're not going, consider it. If you didn't go to the CME, you might want to come to this. It's in Miami. It's not at the Centric. It will be at the Midtown Hilton, which is where it was last year. And it's, trust me, it's a very professional. It's George Gammon. Okay. So go check that out. I will be making bigger announcements probably earlier or midweek about that. So I will be doing a workshop. So if you want to get in on that, that's fine. Also, I have my Patreon group, which is we do a 2-hour long Zoom call once a month, and it's sort of like if you want counseling and you want affordable counseling, then we have a group going on, and I'm still doing one-on-one counseling. If you are interested in that, please send me an email. It is rtrationalmail@gmail.com. You can find it in the description as well. And if you are interested in one-on-one counseling, I am taking on clients, analysis. And if that's you and you want one-on-one counseling, that's fine. Make sure that you put counseling in the subject line of the email when you're sending me, and then I'll send you back my policies. I ask that you do that just because it's just convenient for me to do that. So you'll get a responder email if you do that. So having said that, thank you guys for watching. And then I am officially done with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Don't ask me anymore. I've done this since 2014. I am so over these two people. Thanks for watching. I much appreciate you. I appreciate each and every one of you, and so much so that I'm going to go out with this. Preceding podcast has been brought to you by The Rational Male. All rights reserved. Copyright 2022. Don't rip me off.